should be in place now. Stand by. Hello, 1 2 1 2. How are we doing up there, Isha? Can I go? Okay. Amazing. So we are live from everything that I can tell. All the signs are there that we are now broadcasting live across the web, across the world of the web, the World Wide Web. We're live on Facebook. We are live on YouTube. We're live via myport.tv. And we welcome you today on this glorious Sunday. It feels like spring has truly sprung. And we are here to celebrate the very auspicious anniversary of the appearance of Lord Sri Ramachandra Bhagavan. The festival is known as Ram Navami, and you can hear a buzz around the festival site. This is Bhaktivedanta Manor live, and we are having what would be the first hybrid festival, where guests are invited by a ticket-only system where you log on and you come for darshan. But unfortunately, we cannot have a live program with audiences yet, but that is something we are working on, and we are looking forward to having that very, very soon for the next festival, which is Janmashtami, which is coming up at the end of August. So you see behind me the main building of the temple, the Bhaktivedanta Manor, which is was gifted to the International Society for Krishna Consciousness in 1973 by the then Beatle, Mr. George Harrison. And then since then, this estate has grown. We now have what's known as the Hilton for the cows, as the Kaushalya. And about 2 years ago, we were blessed to have this fantastic new building, which is known as the Sri Krishna Haveli building. And we are so chuffed to be able to use it. And I want to invite some special guests to inaugurate today's Ram Navami festival. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a virtual round of applause, but also here, the people who are here, I know you can hear me, please do give a warm round of applause to welcome our special guest, the Lord Lieutenant of Her Majesty the Queen, the Lord Lieutenant for Hertfordshire, Robert Voss CBE. Please, a big round of applause for the Lord Lieutenant. Lieutenant is the Americanism, isn't it? It is Lord Lieutenant, there you go. So, Lord Lieutenant. And we have Divyata, the young, wonderful Divyata, who's going to garland his lordship. So, if you wouldn't mind stepping forward. And a big round of applause for Divyata there. Thank you very much, Divyata. You did very well. Now, Divyata, if you turn and face the camera, stand in the middle, my love. Stand in the middle, just between us. There you go. So, if you look down the camera and say a big Hare Krishna to everyone. Ready?
Hare Krishna.
And welcome them to the festival.
Welcome.
Welcome to the festival.
Welcome to the festival.
My group is going to be dancing.
And my group is going to be dancing.
In about 4 minutes.
In about 4 minutes.
So don't go anywhere.
So don't go anywhere. Or else.
Yeah, you see. She's the boss. Big round of applause for Divyata. Thank you very much, Divyata. So, Robert, you've been a regular guest here at Bhaktivedanta Manor for many years. What does it mean to you to be able to attend today?
Well, it's a great honour to be here, and I'm delighted to have been invited on, as you say, this absolutely magnificent day, and to celebrate this festival. I've celebrated a few festivals here, sadly with not today as many people as normal, but certainly enough people around. But hopefully, as you say, at the end of August, the place will be buzzing and full again, hopefully.
Yeah. Now, I know you've been very busy of late. There's been a lot going on with Her Majesty the Queen. And are you aware of how they are doing as a family, how Her Majesty is doing since the loss of her consort, Prince Philip?
Well, I think we saw the very sad photos and pictures on television of Her Majesty sitting forlornly by herself in St. George's Chapel in Windsor. And I think all of us must have felt extremely sad for this lady of now 95, sitting by herself and mourning by herself. Thousands of others have had to do at this stage. I know she had a better birthday this week, and her family around her and supporting her, which is very important for anybody who's mourning. And there are, as I say, there are so many thousands, know that family is of huge importance at a time like this. So I think Her Majesty is a very stoic lady and is coming through it, and we know is itching to get back out and meeting her people.
Well, on behalf of everyone here at Bhaktivedanta Manor, if I could be so bold as to ask you to maybe convey a message of our love and our gratitude to Her Majesty. She also has visited the Krishna Avanti school. I remember that very well. That was about 4 years ago. And I know the Hindu community in particular do hold her in high regard. And we are feeling her pain at this particular moment in time. So please do convey that on behalf of the Hindu community and the members of ISKCON, the International Society for Krishna Consciousness.
I certainly will, and I know she will very much appreciate that.
So tell me about how your last 12 months have gone. You're a public figure. You always are used to meeting a lot of people and performing ceremonial duties. How has that been for you for the last 12 months?
Well, I've looked at a lot of screens, I have to tell you. I've done a lot of Zooms. It's been frustrating not to be able to get out and meet people face to face. We all want to do that. But we have got the facility now with Zooms and Teams, at least to be able to engage with people and talk to people. So I've been extremely busy. There are a lot of people who have needed help, needed support, and we're here basically to do that on behalf of Her Majesty. She wants us now to get out and to start thanking people for what they've done during the last 12 months. And there are just huge numbers of people to be thanked. And I think one thing that has really come to the fore during this terrible COVID crisis has been the community spirit. People have really got together, they have appreciated what it means to help each other, and the community spirit right around the country, but particularly here in Hertfordshire, has been just wonderful, absolutely fantastic. And these people really need thanking and saying thank you very much for what you have done for your fellow human beings.
Absolutely. I think you mentioned Hertfordshire. You know, is Hertfordshire coping, would you say, in your opinion, better than some of the other counties around the country?
It's difficult to say. I mean, the one thing Hertfordshire has is enormous diversity.
Yeah.
We are a very diverse county in all aspects, and it's been wonderful the way people have got together with their own communities. People think of Hertfordshire as leafy lanes and expensive houses, and we have areas of considerable deprivation all round, dotted around the county, and they need our support as much as anybody. I mean, the food banks have been busier than ever. So I don't think we are any different to any other county around the country. But I would say the people of Hertfordshire have really stepped up to the plate and been immensely supportive and just hugely community spirited. The numbers of volunteers has been just outstanding, absolutely outstanding in all communities.
And the community has really gelled together, I would say. But the people who stand out to me are the frontline workers. And I understand you've been meeting a lot of those frontline workers on the Zooms. Do you have a message for the people out there who are a frontline, you know, in the NHS? A lot of them are of the Indian diaspora. What would you like to say from the NHS?
2 words: thank you. Because these are people who have basically put their lives on the line to save ours. And sadly, a number of them have died. I mean, we've seen deaths amongst the staff, for example, locally at Watford General Hospital. And these are people who have just been totally selfless and put their lives right on the line so that we can survive and to help out. Thank you is a very meaningless term, but I don't know what else to say. Just from my heart and from the heart of Her Majesty and everybody else, thank you. And I will now, from now on, as we're allowed out into the open, so to speak, I will be going round meeting a lot of these people face to face as opposed to on Zoom. And on behalf of Her Majesty and on behalf of the entire county, just saying an absolutely enormous thank you.
I think what we should do here at Bhaktivedanta Manor is maybe we should gather some of the frontline workers that we're aware of. So when you come back at Janmashtami, you can have a face-to-face, one-on-one with them. Would that be good?
That would be excellent. I'd be delighted. And knowing the community as I do, I think it would fill the Haveli several times over.
I think you're absolutely right. So a very big thank you to the frontline workers of the NHS, and not just the NHS. I mean, there are so many people who are considered frontline workers, the bus drivers, the tube drivers, keeping our nation rolling, keeping us being able to get from A to B. It's been a real sacrifice that you're all making, and on behalf of everyone here at Bhaktivedanta Manor, as well as the Lord Lieutenant, a very big thank you to you all. So now we do the ceremonial bit. You've got your ceremonial uniform on. Thank you very much. We get to cut a ribbon. Are we ready for this? So this is the official start of the Ram Navami festival, ladies and gents. And we're going to come over to this side. So if the camera pans round, so we'll just take a minute. Okay, so we'll need a round of applause at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Lord Lieutenant of Hertfordshire, please.
Can I just say that this is the first ribbon I've been able to cut for the last 18 months. And ribbon cutting is always such a great part of my job. So it's a particular pleasure to cut the ribbon and declare the festival now open.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause once again to Robert Voss, CBE, Lord Lieutenant of Hertfordshire. Once again, round of applause. I know you've got to rush off because you've got another appointment in about 30 minutes. So Alpesh is going to, Rohit, if you take the mic, and Alpesh will...
I have to watch these wonderful young ladies.
Fantastic, you're more than welcome.
By May.
So in that case, you're welcome to come on in. So the camera's going to follow me because I've been doing these festivals. Stay with me. Yeah. Okay, so here we are. Oh, is the camera on? Fantastic. You might maybe bring that camera as well, Sham. Turn that camera over here. This is live. This is wonderful, isn't it? Oh, we got a bit of an audience. Fantastic. Hare Krishna. That's it. Fantastic. So here we are. So I've been doing this festival for some time. Let's go over on this camera, please, on Sham's camera. Is he a bit dark as well? Everything seems a bit dark. Cut to camera 1, please. Camera 1. There you go. Camera 1. Go to camera 1. Or 3. Go to camera 3. That's it. You got me. Thank you. Hare Krishna. So we're now inside the Sri Krishna Haveli. You can see it's a studio. It's a studio with some of our parents who are going to be watching their dances. But I've been told that I no longer have this service. I've been duly let go as of 2:15 this afternoon. Are you all sad? No? Nobody's sad? No, nobody's sad. I didn't get an R. Shall we try that again? Are we ready? So I've been let go of my service. I don't believe you. And apparently I wasn't good enough at Gaurpanima. The scores were in. Everyone put their scoreboards up and I was getting 3s and 2s and 1s. So apparently they've got some professionals in. Would you like to meet them? Who are going to lead this? Yes or no? Yeah, you would. Okay, so let's bring them over. Let's see what they've got. Here we go. This young, handsome-looking chap here. Introduce yourself.
No one's ever called me handsome. You're the first.
No one's called you handsome.
The first man that's ever called me handsome.
I'm not surprised, if I'm honest.
Thank you for that.
Can you see him? So what's your name, sir?
Radha Govinda Das.
Radha Govinda Das. And how did you... first, and young lady, what's your name?
What's she doing here?
What are you doing here?
It's Kishori Yogini, and I'm so sorry about the low ratings.
Yeah.
I really hope they're a bit easy on us.
Yeah, I mean, the online audiences are very tough, and, you know, thumbs up, do all that thing that you do on Facebook and YouTube and put thumbs up and hearts and love hearts. You didn't give me many love hearts before, did you? I had to wait for them. But now these two, how did you get the gig?
I think we were just actually walking past and somebody just told us that you're retiring, so...
Retiring,
why don't you come in and
put out to
say
pasture, you
something?
mean?
We just came for darshan, and they kind of pulled us in.
This
So,
is
right.
my
so
darshan
now
dress.
we're here.
Right, that's what we've come to today. Are you happy about this change, ladies and gents? Are you sad that I'm going?
No.
Right, well, I'll get my headphones on and I'll go up into the galley where I belong, and I'm going to hand you over to my dear friends who are going to lead this wonderful Ram Navami festival this year in 2021. Please put your hands together for Radha Govinda Das and Kishori Yogini.
Thank you. But Ravin, before you go, we just want to say that you were the best. You've been doing it for the last 20, 30, 40 years. I don't know how long you've been doing it, but I've seen you at least for the last 50 years around here. But you are the best. But
well,
you know, so please put your hands together for Ravin.
Thank you. Now, do comment, like, share on the Facebook and whatever it is we're watching on YouTube. These kids here know. You look beautiful, by the way, these beautiful dancers. So cameras, you can get ready. You can crawl over here. I'm stage managing now. I'm a stage manager. So take it over the cable, don't worry. And once again, let's do this one more time. Big round of applause to our MCs. You're going to have to go forward a bit, and you're going to have to come here. Sham, you stay on these two. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Radha Govinda and Kishori Yogini. One more time.
Thank you, all of you. Thank you so much for joining us today on this amazing Ram Navami festival. It's one of the biggest festivals we have here at Bhaktivedanta Manor, isn't it?
It is indeed.
It is indeed. And it is a very special festival because Lord Ram, everybody loves Lord Ram, isn't it? We all love Lord Ram because Lord Ram is known as Maryada Purushottam. Purushottam means the topmost, the best. And Maryada, does anyone know what Maryada means? Sorry, this is not Zoom, so I probably won't be able to hear your reply. But Maryada means boundary, like a fence. You know, you have a fence around your house because it's setting a boundary. So Lord Ram set boundaries. He's saying if you want spiritual stuff, then there are certain boundaries. So he's known as Maryada Purushottam. Krishna is known as Leela Purushottam. Krishna is famous for his pastimes. But Lord Ram is famous for his dharmas. So it's a very special day. We will be telling you stories along the way. But before we do that, we just want you all to say a big jai for Lord Ram. I know you're in your house and you may think that if you start shouting, people around you may think you're strange. But we do want you to give it your all and say a big jai. Lord Ramachandra Bhagavan ki jai. Kishori, do you want to say something? Because I'll keep talking all day.
Yeah, he has a tendency to talk a lot, so that might happen today, but no worries. I'm fine with that. But I just want to say welcome everyone to this amazing day, the appearance day of Lord Ram that we're celebrating here at the Bhaktivedanta Manor. And we have got so many wonderful acts coming your way, so please stay tuned.
And we're going to start off with our best one. And this is amazing, actually. We're going to start off with a dance. It's called Bharatnatyam. I'm sure you heard of Bharatnatyam. But today, what you're going to see here is absolutely fabulous. It's amazing. It's by a group called Nataraj Fine Arts Group. They're in Watford. And they're all between 7 and 11. And we'll be speaking to them a little bit more later on. Bharatnatyam is more like a prayer dance. It's a welcome dance. So we're going to hand it over to our Bharatnatyam crew. And we hope you enjoy it, but please put your hands together. Again, when I say this, you may be alone in the house. You know that we can't see you, but still, please put your hands together for the Nataraj Fine Arts Group.
Haribol!
Haribol, everybody. All right.
Just play the music. Let's play the music. Don't worry.
ॐ मङ्गलं भगवान् विष्णु मङ्गलं गरुडध्वजः मङ्गलं पुण्डरीकाक्षः मङ्गलाय तनूहरिः
Jam tari jakatari dai tajam tada dum dagadim tada kirtagada kirtagada kirdum kirtagada kirtagada kirdum kirtagada kirtagada kirdum sa ni da ma ga re ni sa ga ma da ni da sa ni da ma ga sa ni da ma
sa ni da ma ga re ni sa ga ma da ni da sa ni da ma ga re ni sa ga ma da ni da sa ni da ma ga re ni sa ga ma da ni da sa ni da ni da ma ga ni da ma ga re sa ni da ni sa ga ma ga da ni sa da ni ma da ga ma da ni sa ni da ma ga re ni sa ga ma da ni da ni da ma da ni da ma ga ma da re sa ma ga ma da ni da ma da ni da ma ga ma da re sa ma ga ma da ni da ma da ni da ma ga ma da re sa ma ga ma da ni da ma da ni da ma ga ma da re sa ma ga ma da ni da ga ma ga re ga ma da ni re ga re ma ga ni da ga ma da sa ni da da ma ga ma da ni da ga ni sa ni da ma da ni sa ni da ma ga re ni sa ga ma da ni da sa ni da ma ga re ni sa ga ma da ni da sa ni da ni da ni da ma ga re sa da ni sa ga ma da ni da ma da ni ni da ga ni da ma da ni re sa ga ma da ni sa ni da ma da ni da ma ga da ma ga re sa ni da ga ma da ma da ni sa ni da ni da ma da ni sa ni da ma ga re sa ga ma da ni sa ni da
रघुकुल रीत सदा चली आई, प्राण जाए पर वचन न जाई।
Muted. That was amazing. Thank you very much. It was great, wasn't it?
That was amazing.
So
Can we get a really big round of applause?
Everybody, please, a big round of applause for our group, which is not here anymore. They're gone off. But we just want to talk to them quickly. So I don't know if you guys want to come over this way.
Yeah, please.
We're going to have a quick chat. Whoever wants to speak, maybe a couple of you.
Everyone can come. If you want to come here.
Over here, this way. We're talking over here. We just want to introduce you. Just down here, please. Just here. Yeah. This way. Okay, great. Please come here. Over here. Thank you.
Hello. How are you all doing today?
Good.
That was an amazing dance. To be able to see that and watch it was just so heart-touching. So how long have you been practicing for? How long have you been practicing for this event today?
A few weeks.
A few weeks. Okay, we're going to stand behind you.
All right, so we're in camera.
Here we go.
All right, okay.
So first of all, can we get your names? If you would all like to introduce yourselves.
Sanjana. Richa.
Rina.
No, Prerna.
Prenna.
Divyata. Mahi. Vidhi.
Freya.
Thank you. And would you like to tell us a little bit about what this dance is about and did it have any meaning?
First we did Mangalam Bhagavan Vishnu, which is about Lord Vishnu.
Okay.
The next dance was Jadiswaram, which is a pure dance, which has no meaning.
Okay, so pure dance with no meaning. So is it left for the audience to kind of interpret?
No, it has no meaning at all.
Oh, okay. Very nice. And which one's your favourite to do?
Raghu.
And is that the first one?
That's the third.
The third, okay. Amazing, cool. And so how long have you guys all been practicing together?
Well, it took us about a few weeks on Zoom.
Oh, you practiced on Zoom?
Yeah.
But that must have been difficult to coordinate, like one person's here, another person's there on Zoom.
But on Wednesdays we do it in like a certain place.
Okay, so once a week you did it together and the rest was on Zoom?
Yeah.
Wow,
That's amazing, thank you. And there's so many different ages here. How old are you? Can you say that in the mic?
8.
Oh my God, 8 years old. I don't know what I was doing with my life when I was 8 years old. Maybe you don't want to know, maybe I don't know. And who's the oldest in the group? Who's like your leader?
I'm 11.
11, wow, 7 and 11, 8 and 11, what were
So
you doing?
who's 7 years old?
8, sorry.
Oh, it's 8,
No,
okay.
8. Anybody younger than 8? Anybody?
You?
7?
I know, I'm 8.
You're both 8
as well. Wow. Please put your hands together. Only 8 years old and doing such amazing things. What were you doing when you were 8?
I actually maybe like eating yogurt and watching cartoons.
You guys don't watch
Something like
cartoons, do
that.
you? Do you watch cartoons?
You guys don't watch cartoons, do you?
No, not really.
Not really.
Yeah, nobody watches cartoons nowadays. Cartoons are out of fashion. This is the new thing. Look, the amazing thing is that we're keeping the culture alive, isn't it?
Exactly.
Isn't it? It's so good because every day there's so much modernism kind of, out there, but we're still trying to keep our Vedic culture alive, which is so good, all of you. So, how are our Kirtaniyas doing? Are our Kirtaniyas ready? We need a bit more time.
I think we need
a couple more minutes.
Few more minutes.
So
can I ask you, what is your favourite thing about this type of dance? What do you like
My
most?
favorite thing is that it gives me courage and it gives me determination to finish it.
Oh, that's so lovely. And it gives you courage in life in general. Yeah. Oh, that's so. And what about you? What's your most favourite thing about this dance?
I really like Bharatanatyam so much because it has a meaning and every single move, it just explains about God and you just like picture it in your mind about the past even though you haven't really seen it. And in dance there's always a meaning for it.
Wow, so you're saying there's always a meaning and it reminds you of God.
Yes.
that's so good. That's so amazing. And maybe somebody who hasn't spoken. What about you? What do you like so much about the dance?
I think Bharatanatyam, it just brings me joy because I like to dance.
It
Wow.
brings you joy because you like to dance.
That's amazing. And how about yourself? You haven't spoken as well. Maybe share some
He's
words
mean,
of wisdom.
I know, he's mean making you speak.
The favorite thing in Bharatanatyam of mine is that it just is very creative and I like the mood of it. It just gives me a happy mood while doing it.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing this beautiful style of dance, this sacred style of dance. And like you said, it can help us to think of God and remember his pastimes. So thank you. One last time, let's give a really big round of applause to
everybody, Natraj, Fine Arts Group, Bharatnatyam dancers, the future of tomorrow. Hare Krishna, thank you all very much. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. So now we have with us an amazing Kirtan group. So this is the Bhaktivedanta Manor youth group. There's some feedback going on. Kishori, do you wanna introduce them?
Okay, sure. I think my mic is
It's probably working. Don't worry.
Should I carry on speaking anyway? Is your mic working?
Yeah, you keep speaking.
Okay,
you keep going.
sure.
You keep going.
So my mic, I hope you can all hear me. So now we have some amazing Kirtan. Would you like to introduce who you have in your Kirtan group?
We're from the Krishna Consciousness Society, KC SOC, and we all put on weekly events to teach the basics of Bhakti Yoga to students across the United Kingdom.
And you go to universities as well, don't you?
Yes. During COVID, it's been online, but
yeah.
before, we were doing weekly events at universities.
Right, thank you. So you're Leela, right?
yeah.
Leela sir. And who we got here? We got with us, we have
Sham.
Shyam Sundar, and you're going to play the drum. How long did it take you to learn that drum?
About 3 years.
That's a long time. 3 years every day, 2 hours every day.
No, around half an hour to an hour a week.
Half an hour to hour. That's amazing. Thank you. And we got, who else we got? Ramraj. Thank you. And you're playing the flute. Thank you. Thank you. And we got Radharani over there, and we have Ambika, and we have Sanj. Sanj work. There's some amazing work with the cows and bulls over there, but we got him here working on the kartals. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everybody put your hands together for the Bhaktivedanta Manor youth group. Everybody.
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare
Krishna
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Sita Ram, Sita Ram, Jai Jai Ram, Sita Ram, Sita Ram, Jai Jai Ram, Ram, Sita Ram, Sita Ram, Sita Ram, Sita Ram, Jai Jai Ram, Ram, Sita Ram, Sita Ram, Jai Ram, Sita Ram, Sita Ram, Jai Ram, Sitaram, Jai Jai Ram.
Ram Sitaram, Sitaram, Jai Jai Ram.
Raghupati Raghava Raja Ram, Patita Pavana Sitaram. 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 Jaya Sitaram, Lakshman Hanuman. 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 Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Jai Gaur Premanandi, Hari Hari Bol.
Big round of applause.
Big round of applause for our Bhaktivedanta Manor youth over here.
That was such an enchanting, beautiful kirtan. I feel that your voice and all your voices together really just, I'm not just saying this, like being here really just melted my heart, and I'm sure all of your hearts as well. So thank you so, so much for that offering. Let's all give one big Haribol and big round of applause wherever you are, whether you're in your homes together or you're sat at your home on your own, or if you're on your phone, on a bus or something, wherever you are, just give a really, really big round of applause for the beautiful, wonderful Bhaktivedanta group, youth group Kirtan.
Are we doing Haribol as well?
And a big Haribol too.
And a big Haribol as well. Haribol! So thank you all very much for coming. You can go grab yourself some lunch or something
Some
now
prasadam.
while we set up for our next program. But before we do that, we have something very special for you. We have...
So we've got Her Grace Vishaka Devi Dasi, who is here with us on Zoom, and we have got a video recording from her with a welcome address welcoming you all. So let's hand it over now to Her Grace Vishaka Devi Dasi.
Are we ready? Ready to roll?
Hare Krishna.
Okay, good. Vishaka Devi Dasi it is. Thank you.
The appearance of Lord Ramachandra, the supreme personality of Godhead, who appeared to defeat evil forces and uphold the principles of Dharma, which are the laws given by God. Perhaps all of us know the glorious pastimes of Sri Sri Sitaram well. Today, I would like to explore one aspect of those pastimes that has great significance for each and every one of us. Before Lakshman left Sita Devi to search out and try to help Lord Ramachandra deep in the forest, Lakshman drew a protective circle around the cottage where Sita Devi was staying. Lakshman endowed the circle with mystic protective powers and told Sita Devi to stay within it, for there no harm could come to her. Then he left. Sita Devi, the eternal consort of Lord Ramachandra and the goddess of fortune herself, had no intention of disobeying Lakshman's instructions, and indeed no need to. Everything she required was within the mystic circle. Although concerned about Ram and Lakshman, Sita Devi was content where she was. Similarly, by the grace of Srila Prabhupada, each one of us can be within a protective circle by following the regulative principles of freedom: no eating meat, fish, or eggs, no taking of intoxicants, no illicit sex, and no gambling. And by daily chanting and meditating on the holy names of the Lord. These simple practices will protect us from degradation. Unlike Sita Devi, whose protective circle restricted her to a particular location, we can take our circle with us wherever we go and be protected even while we're attending school or at work, while we're traveling, as well as when we're with our family, friends, co-workers, or even strangers. When Ravana came to kidnap Sita Devi, he could not enter Lakshman's protective circle. So he lured Sita Devi out of it by preying on her soft-hearted, compassionate nature. Sita Devi thought the disguised Ravana was a sadhu in need of help. Let us not be lured out of our protective circle by falsities, whether in the form of duplicitous people or the false promise of material happiness. Srila Prabhupada has given us an invaluable gift in the form of Krishna-conscious practices and philosophy. By following these practices, which are not difficult to follow if we have good company to support us in our efforts, our lives can be transformed. We'll find ourselves not only becoming gradually free of undue stress and unhappiness, but more than that, we'll find ourselves steadied and even joyful despite the world's unpredictability. These are some of the miracles of Krishna consciousness. All glories to Lord Ramachandra, all glories to Srila Prabhupada.
That was so wonderful. We had some really beautiful meditations there from Her Grace Vishaka Devi Dasi about how we can meditate on Lord Ram throughout the day. It doesn't matter where we are, whether we're at school or communicating with our colleagues or whatever else we may be doing. If we can always have the instructions and the meditation of Lord Ram in our mind, then it doesn't matter where we are or what we're doing, but we can always have that benefit with us in our hearts. And now we have got
Me.
you. Not
one
you.
One thing that really struck out to me in that message was very important. There's this thing called principles of freedom.
Yes.
And sometimes someone may think, well, if there's principles, how is there freedom? If there's freedom, then there's no principles. But what's interesting is that the boundaries are there. This is why Lord Ram is known as Maryada Purushottam. The boundaries are there because the boundaries actually give you more freedom. Like, for example, Prabhupada often gave this example of how there's red lights on the road, isn't it? And you may think, well, I don't want any boundaries. I don't want to stop at a red light. But then if you cross a red light, what happens? Your freedom...
maybe like crash.
You may crash.
Something bad will probably
crash,
happen.
Then the police get you, and your freedom is actually impaired if you try to cross it. So the principles are there to give you more freedom, which I think is very interesting. So sometimes when you go to like spiritual circles, if you look at the principles that Vishakha Mataji was talking about, you may think, well, I don't want to follow the principles. I want to do what I want.
Yeah, I want to have a free life and do whatever I want to
life,
do.
You know, you only live once, you know, YOLO and, you know, FOMO and whatever there is nowadays.
PMO, no, PMS.
Yeah. So like that. So that's very interesting. So I thought that was really good. But now we have more Kirtan. Some more, and Kirtan never gets tiring, does it?
Ever fresh.
Ever fresh. It's the same mantra. You say it like 1,700 times every day. You say the same mantra every day, 365 days a year. It never gets boring.
Never gets boring. And speaking about fresh, the lovely devotees who we have doing Kirtan today with us right now are the youth, the Pandava Sena. So as I look at these youthful, bright faces on stage, I'm like, wow, you guys could be doing anything. You know, they could be, I don't know, watching movies, partying.
Ironing the clothes at home.
I don't think they iron their clothes. They're sleeping.
Well, Sunday, this is when you wake up on a Sunday, isn't it?
Yeah, usually midday, isn't it? We wake up at around, I don't know, 11. 11
Are we in the camera?
Yeah, the camera finds us.
Okay. All right.
So would you like to introduce them?
Yeah, so this is Shyamali. I know Shyamali because I was a monk in the temple. And I can tell you, she's attended more 4:30 Mangalatis than I have because she was there every day since she was, I don't know what, 3, 4, 5. Since then, she would come every day at 4:30 in the morning. If you don't want to take inspiration, then she's the one to take inspiration from. And then we got a few other people with us as well. We got, who do we have here joining us? What's your name? Ram.
Ram.
Okay, we got Ram here. And then we have... Vinay.
Gopinath.
Gopinath, very good. And?
Dia.
Is it Gopinath?
Dia.
Yeah.
Dia. And?
Ishika.
Wow, wonderful name. Thank you. So we got our Pandav Sena group. So there we go. Please put your hands together.
Big round of applause.
Big round of applause for the ISKCON Pandav Sena group who's going to lead us through some kirtan.
Big round of applause.
Good, thank you. Now we can hear it. Thank you so much. All right, here we go.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Ram Ram, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare
Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare.
And a big, big round of applause for the Pandavasena Youth Kirtan. Wasn't that amazing?
It was amazing. I mean, I can't sit and listen to Kirtan for so long, but this one, even I was listening to it, was so good. Thank you. Thank
It was
you.
very
Thank
sweet.
so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you.
If you want to check out all the activities that Pandavasena do, then please go to psena.com. You can join the youth group if you're in the right, youth category.
If you're above, if you're like a middle-aged male or female, then maybe you can look in other directions. But if you come under that youth umbrella, then I'm sure they'd be so happy to welcome you, and you can join in all the fun.
psena.com, or you can check out the Instagram,
Yes.
Pandavasena, I think, on Instagram. So please get in touch with these guys. Thank you so much.
They're too cool.
Please,
too cool for
please,
school. Big round of applause.
big round of applause for our team. Right.
So, I don't know. You like telling stories, don't you?
I can speak for hours.
I know you
how
can.
long do we
This
have?
is the danger. This is the danger. But I thought maybe you could share a story with
Okay,
us.
I'll
Some
share
story about Lord Ram.
some very small story, okay, just very quickly. Lord Ram, he and Sita and Lakshman, they had to go into the forest. So as they were going into the forest, this was in the early days, and then they came across a river. Okay, so they had to cross the river, and there were a few boatmen there. So Lord Ram, Sita, and Lakshman, you like the story, don't you? So they go, and they tell the boatman, he said, can you take us over to the other side? And then the boatman says, okay. So they jump onto the boat, they go over to the other side. And then Lord Ram is like, well, we should pay the boatman. But they don't have anything. They only got like tree bark and clothes made of leaves and stuff like that, because they had given up all royalty. So he looks at Sita, and Sita still got, I think, the wedding ring or something like that, or a necklace or a wedding ring. So he says, why don't you give your wedding ring as a gift? Okay. So then what happens is, they say that when they give the boatman says, no, hang on, we don't accept money from another boatman. Okay. In this area of town, all boatmen give each other a free ride. So then Lord Ram says, hang on, you're a boatman.
Lord Ram was confused.
But I'm not a boatman. Yeah, he was confused. He goes, yes, we're both boatmen. He says, I'm a boatman, but I'm a small boatman. I take people across the river. He said, but Lord Ram, you're the big boatman. You take people across the ocean of material existence. So Lord Ramachandra Bhagavan ki jai. So Lord Ram had to give him a free ride, and he made it back to Godhead after that lifetime. So that's the amazing story of Lord Ram. What do we have now?
Now we have one of my favorite acts of today. I must say I am biased because I love a good debate. So we have got the School of Bhakti team here, and they are going to be doing a wonderful debate about Lord Ram. And what's the debate about?
It's a debate about leadership. You see, Lord Ram was a leader, so it's about legendary leadership and how it goes with the postmodern age. So we have Nishkinchana Das, who is going to take us through this debate with his friends, who he's going to introduce to us today. Nishkinchana, me and him, we spent quite a bit of time in the ashram. We had
Can
a
you
good
tell some embarrassing
banter.
stories about Nishkinchana?
I will tell you embarrassing stories about him as soon as we finish, but I think right now they're excited for the debate. So please put your hands together for His Grace Nishkinchana Das.
Thank you very much, Radha Govinda. So, Hare Krishna, everyone. So we'd like to give a warm welcome to everyone who's watching today on behalf of ISKCON Bhaktivedanta Manor, on behalf of the School of Bhakti, to this festival's talk show. Every festival we're having, we're going to have a special School of Bhakti talk show. And this is, of course, for Ram Navami Festival 2020. So it's going to be quite a fantastic session we've got ahead of us. I just want to say that obviously with the situation right now, we're doing it currently in the Haveli, but we can't wait for everyone to be here live with us. We're filming at the moment, but in the future, we want to do it live. The weather's getting better. And obviously, based on what our Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, is saying, hopefully, by Krishna's grace, we should be opening up very soon so we can see you all in person. Get that family feeling back again at the manor. But at the same time, remember that even if you can't see us live right now, you can tune in online and, of course, take darshan on a regular basis and really just get stuck into all that we're doing online through our seminars, workshops, kirtans, everything. So, today, we're going to be looking at the legacy of Lord Ram's leadership. Is it in sync? Is it in harmony? Or is it out of sync with this postmodern age that we live in? Okay? And so before we get into the actual topic itself, I want to also introduce our esteemed speakers today. So we have with us His Grace Krishna Dharma Das. Krishna Dharma Das is a prolific author, a spiritual, very senior spiritual practitioner for many, many years now. He's also a broadcaster, and he's also one of our mentors, leaders in our society, guiding people in their spiritual lives. And also his main focus is how to deliver content to people, giving them spiritual solutions to material problems. So with that in mind, he has written amazing books. In fact, he's actually the author of Ramayan, as well as Mahabharata, as well as books on the Bhagavatam. And in fact, he's the widest, biggest selling author of the Ramayan right now in the world. So please give a big applause for His Grace Krishna Dharma Das. Thank you. And of course, we have our other esteemed speaker, our panelist today, Her Grace Devaki Dasi. So, Devaki Dasi is actually, or we can maybe say Devaki for short, if that's okay. Devaki is actually grew up in the Krishna conscious movement. She's been involved in drama. She's a professional actress as well. She's also been involved in management, making connections with different institutions in the world right now, showing the benefits of what a Krishna conscious lifestyle can bring. She's also one of the leaders at the manor. In fact, we're right now doing this talk from the Haveli. She's actually one of our executive directors of the Haveli, overseeing all the activities that are going on from here. So again, big round of applause for Her Grace Devaki Dasi. Excellent, excellent. So thank you, both of you, for coming today. I know you're both very busy, and you took time out. You could have been anywhere today, but you took time out to actually take part in this amazing talk show. I mean, they called it a debate. It's not so much a debate, it's more about churning, churning the different angles of Lord Ram's leadership. I'd like to say it more like that. Now, the question I guess some of you may be asking, okay, hang on a minute. Lord Ram is from the Ramayan. This took place like thousands and thousands of years ago. Why are we talking about his leadership style and tactics now? Well, here's the thing. It's amazing how relevant Lord Ram's leadership and his example is to this day. Even to this day, in this country, up and down the country, you have primary schools where they do plays on Lord Ram and Sita, right? It's very much in the culture. To this day, you have millions and millions of people actually worshipping Lord Ram and Sita Devi to this day, all over the world. And to be honest, it arouses passions. Lord Ram's leadership, if you go online and you see the debates that happen over whether Lord Ram did this decision wisely or not, it's very relevant for us. In fact, it even arouses political passions. There have been so many fights and so many various conflicts that arise over Lord Ram's, whether it's his birthplace, whether it's example that he led, it's there. It's very much in the zeitgeist. So therefore, it's still very pertinent for us to have a talk on this. Okay, so on that note, let's get started with today's session. I guess the first thing I want to say is this. maybe we'll start with, okay, let's start with you, Devaki. We look at Lord Ram's leadership, you know, and it's from a bygone era, shall we say. It's from the ancient Vedic times, you know, in the times when, you know, it's very kind of, as they say, old school values. People knew their place. You know, you had the upper class, they knew their place, and the sort of the workers, they knew their place. It was very much kind of strict, rigid family values, and, you know, the king was almost like God. You know, you can even see in the English culture the divine right of kings. Well, I mean, literally in Lord Ram's case, that was literally the case. He was considered divinely empowered, ruling over his kingdom, and whatever he said went. Very much different from the modern day, which is about, no, postmodern values, which is like, no, we all have a voice, we all are individualistic, we all have a say in how things are run. I mean, we live in a democracy. You know, I mean, yes, we have a monarchy here right now, but, you know, the influence of the monarchy is not as strong as it was in the olden days. So with that in mind, when we look at the values that Lord Ram espoused for us, how relevant do you think they are for this age?
Thank you, Nishkinchan Prabhu, for asking me to come on the talk show today. It's a great honour, and thank you, and it's a pleasure to be here on Ram Navami Day, so happy Ram Navami to you too. I think I'll answer the question with a quote, and not a quote from the Ramayan, a quote from an established writer, an author, and also he is an inspirational speaker. And his name is Simon Sinek. And
yes.
You heard of him?
I've heard of him, yeah.
So Simon Sinek says, leadership is not about the crown that you wear. Leadership is about the person that you are. So this is on Dr. Google right now. It's not from any scripture. So actually, I'm going to ask all of you to interact with this program today. So if you get your phones out and you type in on Dr. Google, what are the 5 qualities of a great leader? Let's just see what comes up. And let's have Lord Ram in mind with this right now to see, is it really contemporary? Is it out of sync? Is it old-fashioned? And I think it will answer itself.
Thank you very much. I mean, actually, before you continue, I just want to say, Devaki did actually make a very good point. This is interactive. Do look at this quote on Google about the 5 qualities of leadership.
That's right.
As proposed by Simon Sinek. And also, throughout this whole talk show, if you have any questions, do send them through. We are very much open to taking questions on this topic, and our esteemed guests will be responding to them. But for now, yeah, let's look at that. Charmy, have you had a look at it?
Yeah. So when you type it in, these are the kind of things that come up. So number 1 comes up as clarity. So Google says, leadership today says, a leader that has clarity, they are clear and concise at all times. There is no question about their vision, so they're always seeing the big picture. And good clarity leads to great achievement. So if we look at Lord Ram, just the one small incident, well, it was a big incident actually, of when he was sent to the forest, we can see that when KK banished him to the forest for 14 years, Lord Ram did not get in the way. He actually just went with it. He didn't question it. He didn't think, oh my God, you know, why is this happening to me? Why has my mother said this to me? He just went with it. And that just goes to show that he had acceptance. And even though the great story of Ramayan, as we know, it's many people say many things about it. It's good versus over evil. We have, you know, it's a massive glorification of Sita Mata itself. But also, the story of Ramayan is all about service and surrender. And as we can see, the wonderful personalities, such as Lord Ram, in the Ramayan, time and time again, they are in situations, calamities, continuous challenges, where the person that they are proving themselves to be the great leader that they were set out to be. I've also written on a note here that, you know, when a calamity, big calamity happens in our life, even if it's as a leader or whoever we are in the world, whether you're a mother, whatever role you play, a teacher or whatever, sometimes, you know, we really are taken aback by it. Why is this happening to me? I have done everything in my life to prove that, you know, I'm a good person, I do good things, I'm a well-wisher. Why is it that this is happening to me? and we're fighting against this ocean, and it's exhausting, to say, I want to turn it around. I want to turn this situation around. But as you can see in the Ramayan, Lord Ram, he was really in the present moment. He just took it as it came. He didn't go against the ocean, the waves. He went with it. And what I would like to actually, make a connection here is about trauma. Because the whole experience of the Ramayan, of what happened to Lord Ram, Chandra, and Sita Mata was actually really traumatizing. And but they were unaffected by this trauma. They were totally unaffected by it. We can spend all of our lives undoing the trauma that has happened to us. But it just goes to show that they were unaffected by it because they were powerful and not ordinary personalities.
Thank you so much for that. I mean, I think one of the things that's coming through from it is that a good leader is a good leader regardless of the age and regardless of the social system that's in place. Absolutely. In whatever situation it is. Whether it's a monarchy or a democracy, leadership values are universal. It's not about the externals. It's about something within. It's about character, I guess. What that seems to come across is that the character is something that we can all actually emulate whatever environment we're in. Now, and I think at this point I'll bring in Krishna Dharma as well. You mentioned obviously a particular case here about Lord Ram getting banished to the forest. So for those of you who are familiar with Ramayan, you will know what we're talking about. Ramayan is basically the epic that's detailing Lord Ram's leadership and his pastimes. It literally means journey of Lord Ram. There are various incidences in it, which definitely I would urge all of you to look into. Amazing read. There was a Krishna Dharma Prabhu, if I may actually just ask this to you. There was a case where Lord Ram was banished to the forest due to a kind of clause that his stepmother actually had against the king at the time, Lord Ram's father. And she used that clause to the king saying, okay, I've got this caveat. Yes, I know Lord Ram is going to be the next, regent in waiting, the next king, but I'm going to use this caveat, this clause to banish him. And it was quite unfair, to be honest. It was not actually a legitimate claim, but nonetheless, she used it, and obviously Lord Ram's father had to keep his promise. Now, Lord Ram, as Devaki said here, that he accepted that. He did not get traumatized by it. He did not get overtly affected by it. He took it in his stride. I want to ask you this. Some people may say that him getting banished and then later on getting the kingdom offered to him from his brother, King Bharat, because he got obviously banished, as we know. He accepted banishment, and then the whole point of the banishment was so that the other prince, Bharat, can come in and take the throne. Thankfully, Bharat didn't. Bharat actually said, no, I'm not going to take the throne. This is Lord Ram's claim. So he went to Lord Ram and said, Lord Ram, you're my elder brother. Take the throne for yourself. You deserve it. You're qualified for it. And yet he did not take it. On one hand, yeah, it shows he's a very, accommodating person. But on the other side, it shows that is he assertive enough to actually be a leader? A leader should show strength, should show courage, forthrightness, and not just accept things when they're coming to them, like Devaki mentioned, just going with the stride. But shouldn't a leader also stand up, especially when injustice is happening, especially when it's on themselves? How do you respond to that?
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me here today. I'm very honoured to be on the show. Thank you. And your question, is Lord Ram sufficiently assertive as a leader, or was he? He simply meekly accepted the exile that was imposed upon him by Kaikeyi invoking a boon that she was owed from Dasharatha. She saved his life. And he said, I'll give you 2 boons. And she said, well, now I want to take those boons. And one of them was to exile Lord Ram to the forest for 14 years. Well, both of them. So the question, certainly Ram was assertive. But what did he assert? He asserted true values. And he exemplified true values. It came up just now that a leader is leading by example, leading by his character, essentially. I mean, today, of course, that's not the case at all, is it? I mean, leaders today rarely exhibit good character, moral character. We don't see it. But Lord Ram exhibited the highest moral character. And one of the most important attributes of a high-class person is sacrifice, his ability to sacrifice for higher causes. And Ram very much exemplified sacrifice. His whole life was an example of that. And a leader is always leading, whether he's giving orders or, telling people, punishing people or anything is one thing, but he's always leading because everyone is always looking toward the leader to see what he's doing. They'll do what you do, not what you say. And actually this is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita, that whatever a great man does, common men follow. And Lord Ram, therefore, as the greatest man, was always conscious of setting the right example. And in this particular case, for example, the exile, the value there was in question was truth. He was upholding truth, his father's truth. His father had made a promise. And at that time, I mean, we're asking the question, is the values of the Ramayan, leadership of the Ramayan in sync with the current age? Well, no, because today no one cares about truth, no one cares about character, no one cares about morality so much, scriptural, injunctions. All of these things are very much marginalized now. But is that good? Is that leading to the happiness and peace of society? We can see that in Ram's time, Ayodhya was described as being so full of, abundance, peace, happiness. No one went, no one was short of anything. It said there wasn't even premature death. Everyone was happy, joyful in his kingdom because of his leadership,
Thank you. Thank you so much on this. And it brought a thought to my mind. I'm playing devil's advocate here. On one hand, I agree with what both of you are saying in terms of the values that he's giving us, and amazing values to follow, I admit. But then there's a thing called realpolitik, right? Or realpolitik, which is what the situation is on the ground level. I can't help thinking that on one hand, yes, he gave values, but you also mentioned yourself that actually in the modern age we're living in, those values are not in sync right now with how we're living in right now. And when you look at a situation from a realpolitik perspective, could one argue that, you know what, yes, maybe we can one day try and get to that stage, but is it practical to be trying to emulate his values now and talk about his values? Wouldn't it be more practical to see someone who's more like, we live in an age where it's about getting your hands dirty. It's about, doing things which are maybe a little mercenary to get things done, shall we say, and not be so sacrificing and not be so clean and decent and wholesome and all that kind of things. I can't help even think, like, when you fast forward a few thousand years, the next big Vedic epic that we have, which is the Mahabharata, you can see how Krishna, he also tussles a bit with dharma. He tussles a bit with the sense of duty. He kind of like adjusts it, shall we say, whereas Lord Rama's, straight as a beanpole. Do you feel that it's practical to follow the values that he's giving us? Is it practical to try and, live by that in this day and age?
Okay, yeah, you're saying we're talking about such a distant time. Lord Ram was setting an example which is impossible for us to follow. And should we not be a little bit more compromising? And even Krishna, you're saying, he was a little compromising in his behavior in some ways. Okay.
Shrewd. I'd like to maybe use the word, Krishna was shrewd. Modern day politics you can see as a bit shrewd.
He made adjustments.
Yeah.
You might say. Yeah, the qualities that Lord Ram evinced was certainly very high and impossible for anyone else to follow. But they're aspirational for us. In the beginning of the Ramayan, the question is asked by Valmiki, its author, to Narad, is there any great person in this world who exhibits all virtues, who has all good qualities? And Narad says, let me tell you about one person. And he starts describing Lord Ram. And he's gentle, truthful, kind, virtuous, forgiving. And the list goes on and on. And you think, gosh, I could never be like that. But then, would you like to be like that? Or would you like to meet someone like that? Would you like your leader to be like that? Yes, of course we would. But, they're aspirational qualities. And we may not get there. But what else are we going to do? What are we going to aspire for if we're not aspiring to be truthful, to be honest, to be moral, to be virtuous? Because, what we have to understand is what leads to happiness, what leads to distress. What kind of behavior will ultimately take us to the point of being peaceful and completely satisfied in our life? Is it if we just indulge our senses and do whatever we feel like, whenever we feel like it? Is that going to make us happy? Or will sacrifice, service, aspiring for higher values and virtue, will that make us happy? Well, according to the Ramayan, that is the way to happiness, according to the Bhagavad Gita, and according to Krishna, who spoke the Gita.
No, thank you. And I guess one of the main things we learned from this aspirational... Devaki, do you want to come in on this and share your thoughts?
Sure. I mean, I was thinking, thank you, Krishna Dharma Prabhu, for your answer. And I was looking at it in a particular other different stance. And the stance I was looking at is, if you look at Lord Ramachandra's time and our time, yeah, we are in COVID-19. It's a mini exile within itself.
Very good point.
Right? A mini exile within itself. We are isolated. Lord Ramachandra was in exile. He was isolated. We're unable to see our friends, family, and loved ones. It was exactly the same for him. We've had those emotions of absolute frustration. Who has not been frustrated this year? Who has not been upset? Who has not been, emotional, been sick of it, or whatever it was? So these emotions are real, and they have happened to us. However, we're in a greater circumstance. Most of us are in the comforts of our own home. We can go to the fridge and get whatever we want to eat, as well as being in this isolated period of COVID-19. There are people dying. There were people dying in the battlefield there, between the big war of Ram and Ravan. And the loved ones have been taken away, sometimes in a hospital or whatever. And Lord Ram had to face the death of his own father 6 days after he had to go into exile. Now, Lord Ramachandra, your question was of the strength and assertiveness. Now, Lord Ramachandra could have turned around and done a reverse gear and said, this is just too difficult. My father has just died. My wife has been kidnapped. There is no shelter for me. There's nothing but leaves, there's nothing but twigs, there's nothing to eat out here. I cannot do this. I need to go back, get more resource, and, go ahead. But he didn't do that. How many people are stuck in different parts of the world that are unable to come back right now, being in this world pandemic? So it's really drawing from how Lord Ram responded to the situation. Right? And we are in a similar situation, but in a micro level, so to speak. And so we can draw on that strength and how to continue and how he responded to these calamities.
Thank you. No, that's very good points there. And I like the idea of responding to adversities and how we can learn from it. And you made a good point, actually. The struggles and obstacles that actually Lord Ram went through in those days. Well, I mean, what we're going through now, as intense as it is for us, is still a lot less in magnitude to obviously what he went through. And since you mentioned about responding, I think this is also, because they say that a leader's mettle is tested in intense situations. Let's go further down the epic, right? After the banishment and everything like that, obviously Sita getting abducted by Ravana, eventually culminating in this huge apocalyptic war that happened on this this kingdom called Lanka, which is like amazing, like it's an incredible war. The Lanka was like this celestial type kingdom, right? And one of the things that comes out is how Lord Ram and Ravana, as the two opposing leaders, dealt with their troops. Because they often say, right, a good leader, you can tell a good leader by how they deal with their soldiers, how they deal with their people on the ground. Krishna Dharma, you obviously have been an author of the Ramayan. From your analysis of their leadership tactics and how they dealt with their soldiers and troops, would you like to give just a maybe a little comparison of how one should deal with their troops, how one should not, especially in light of the so many wars that are going on right now in the modern age, and maybe how leaders deal with their wars and things like that, and the soldiers, or just even their citizens. I mean, in one sense, you can say COVID is kind of like a war zone, right? And we can see, obviously, the leaders are getting tested here. Please do share with us.
Yeah, okay. Well, obviously, it's said about like Lord Ram, for example, that he was like a father to his people, in that he loved them, and and they loved him. He was so popular, as you mentioned in the very beginning. Ram Raj to this very day is still idealized in India and even around the world. And specifically, Lord Ram dealing with his troops. I mean, there's a story about when they first arrived at Lanka, the island of Lanka, and the huge monkey army was assembled there, and the Rakshasas were looking down, and Ravan came out of his palace, and he was stood on his balcony, and Ravan was like this powerful figure with his big scarlet robes and his jewels, and he was dark and very menacing. And Sugriva was standing next to Ram. When he saw Ravana, he thought, well, this is the person who's kidnapped Sita, and what a wretch. And so in one leap he bounded over and landed on the balcony where Ravan was standing, and he began to pummel him. He was going to fight with him right there on the spot. So the two of them then got into this whole wrestling match. And they went on, they rolled off the balcony, fell to the ground, and they were beating each other. And then finally Sugriva jumped back, and he came to the side of Lord Ram, and then Ram was saying, "Oh, Sugriva, you're a king. You should be careful how you act." And he looked at him, and he had scratches and wheels on his face where Ravan had been punching him. And he said, "Now look what's happened." He said, "Imagine if you died. I could not have survived. How, without you, how could I have lived?" So he was so empathic towards, that was his general, so empathic towards his men, and so loving, and he was there with them right at the front while they were fighting. He wasn't leading from the back and sending the men off to be slaughtered, for some flimsy kind of political cause, but he was actually right there. This was a very worthy cause indeed. And whereas Ravan on the other side, he was he sat in his palace and he sent the men out one after another in waves, and they were all being killed. And finally he came out, but then he was insulting them. They'd come back. He sent spies out to look at Ram's army, and when they came back, he was annoyed. He was shouting at them. He was always harsh, angry, vicious. Bhagavad Gita describes how these kind of demonic-natured people are always like that. They're always harsh. They're always, impatient, angry, intolerant. But Ram was the complete opposite. Gentle, kind, loving, forgiving. He exemplified such wonderful characteristics all the time.
I really appreciate what you said about how he led from the front as well, actually. I mean, in one sense, that what you're kind of describing is almost like, often in modern situation you have the faceless leader who's up in his ivory tower, just ordering the minions, which is Ravana's model, and Lord Ram is there on the ground, sharing in the emotions that his people are going through, empathizing with them. Devaki, obviously you are a leader in the manor, leading many people over the years. What do you have to say on this in terms of how Lord Ram and Ravan, their contrasting leadership styles?
Absolutely. We had a great leader with us, Shuti Dharma Prabhu.
Very much.
And I have a wonderful example to give about Shuti Dharma Prabhu that came to mind when I was thinking about this question. That Shuti Dharma Prabhu was everywhere. Everywhere from Mangal Aarti down to Shan Aarti in the evening. And whatever meeting was going on, whatever discussions there were about, whether it was about the festival, whether it was a management council meeting, a temple council meeting, whatever it was, Shuti Dharma Prabhu was always visible, first of all. And the second thing was, he was always available. And no matter how tired he was always there for the encouragement of the devotees. Because he would always say that if I turn up to a meeting, it gives the devotees the importance that their service is important to Srila Prabhupada, just by my presence. So I will always remember that. And we're looking at Lord Ram's leadership. It was definitely servitor leadership. He was there cultivating that team spirit on the ground, just like you were saying, Krishna Dharma Prabhu. The team spirit and the faith. We know that the first step towards devotional service is Shraddha. And to see your leader there gives you great faith to carry on. And with Ravan, unfortunately, just like Krishna Dharma was saying, he was just sitting there and sending the soldiers out until all resources were exhausted. And he came out on the last day to fight with Ram. So when you look at that, you think that the leadership is totally different there because they were different personalities.
Thank you. Yeah, I think lots of really interesting analysis going on here. There's so much to talk about actually on this. His leadership styles. I was also remembering how in the Ramayan it's mentioned that when the way in which Ravana dealt with his dead troops and the way in which Ram dealt with his dead troops was so different. Like, it was describing how, obviously, Lord Ram, he would be there grieving, sharing in the pain of, when his soldiers were dying, whereas Ravana would actually chuck the corpses of his dead soldiers in the ocean. Like some sort of weird psychological warfare. I don't know, Krishna Dharma Prabhu, is there anything you want to add on that?
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking that at the very end of the war, when everything was over and Ram was killed, then the gods came and they spoke to Ram. And before they left, Indra said, "A sight of the gods can never go in vain. So ask for a boon." So if you see the devas, the demigods, then they'll grant you something. So the only thing that Ram asked for was bring the monkeys back to life, all the dead monkeys, the Vanaras. So even the ones whose bodies have been completely pummeled, smashed to a pulp. and Indra said, although this is very difficult, I will grant it. And then they all rose up again. How's this possible? What kind of miracle is this? So, that he was just always thinking of his troops, whereas and of those who was his devotees, essentially, his followers. Whereas Ravan, you're right, he had no time for them at all. He was contemptuous. The load of ignorance is all that these servants bear for me. They're useless, That was his attitude towards them. And,
And also the fact that he sent his brother, Kumbhakaran, he sent his own son, Indrajit. He gave that up because he still did not want to give up the fact that he wanted Sita, even right to the end. So it just goes to show that he was so overcome, his consciousness was so full of selfishness and lust that even right to the end of losing his own son, he still wanted to carry on and fight for Sita. He just wanted her.
Thank you so much. Now, we've got a question come through here, and it's actually quite pertinent we got this question, because now we're going to go into some interesting areas of Lord Ram's leadership. For those of you who know about Lord Ram and the Ramayan, you know that there are certain issues that often crop up. I'm sure some of you may know what we're going to be heading towards, but before we do that, I thought this is a good precursive question. So the question is, what is the difference between, or what are the differences between Raj Dharma and Grihastha Dharma? So let me just quickly just explain a couple of things here. Lord Ram's was setting the right example for us to live, to be good leaders, to be good carers. He was setting us the right way to do our dharma, which is, in Sanskrit, it's an interesting word, but it means essentially duty. How to do your duty properly in life. Within dharma, you may have different divisions, right? So you've got Raj Dharma, which, and of course, I think both of you can maybe elaborate on this, correct me if I'm wrong, but Raj Dharma means, like, in Lord Ram's case, would be his kingly duty. You could say, modern day parlance, your professional responsibilities, especially if you're overseeing lots of people, right, in a high position. Then you've got your Grihastha Dharma, which is good because both of you are Grihasthas. Grihastha means your family duties, duties towards your wife, your children, all those kind of things. So let me ask both of you. You're both Grihasthas. You're both practicing Krishna consciousness. Maybe Krishna Dharma, would you like to share with us? What are in your eye, the differences between Raj Dharma and Grihastha Dharma?
I think they're very similar. In the Bhagavad Purana, it's said that no one should become a king, a leader, a father, or a mother, or any kind of role model if they're unable to deliver their dependents. In other words, if they're not able to elevate them in life, to uplift them. The king's job primarily in Vedic culture, in Krishna conscious culture, is to lead the people towards liberation, freedom from suffering entirely. I mean, obviously every leader, like Boris Johnson, he's constantly making promises about how he's going to increase our happiness and decrease our distress. That's what every leader claims to do, Whether they succeed or not is it's another question. But that is the job. And ultimate success of the leader is to lead one to liberation. So that's the job of the father. That's the job of the mother, and the spiritual master, of course, and the king. So they're very, very similar. And the mood is the same, of love, of compassion. The fatherly or motherly mood is exhibited towards the family members. Prabhupada once said, actually, to raise a family in this day and age is like leading an empire, is like trying to, it's that difficult because there's so many factors now that make it hard, So there's very, very close similarities, I think, between the two.
What do you think, Devaki? I mean, is there anything else that you want to add on to that? Any other things that you think should be distinguished between Raj Dharma and Grihastha Dharma?
I think there are lots of commonalities, like Krishna Dharma probably said, but particularly what comes to mind is the duty that you have. And really just being, not loving the duty, but not hating the duty. Just doing it because you're dutiful and doing it to the best of your ability, but being true to who you are. So, depending on what kind of father you are, kind of mother you are, the role that you play. And also in our service here, in Krishna consciousness, we're all so unique and individual. Rather than putting on a straight jacket saying, Nishkinchan Prabhu, I wish I was more like you, it's really to look at myself and say, well, what are the attributes that I have? And how can I use the good attributes that I have in my devotional service as a contribution? And you do that with your family as well, and seeing each and every one of you as individual and how you can actually work together, as Lord Ram has shown, in the team spirit and being courageous and having that clarity and going ahead with it and being brave.
With that in mind then, I have a question. We've established the kind of like qualities of Raj Dharma, Grihastha Dharma, about loving, caring, being there, present for your dependents in a very real manner. Now, when Lord Ram came back from the battle, he's victorious, he's rescued Sita, he's come back to Ayodhya. And there was an interesting episode where the citizens were questioning. And remember, this is ancient times where, I guess a woman's chastity was considered like paramount. In that mood, there was question about Sita's chastity, especially because she had spent a significant amount of time in Ravana's kingdom. In one sense, in the house of another man, a married woman in the house of another man. And then it led to Sita having to go through a process called sati to prove her chastity to the kingdom. I guess in one sense you can say to Lord Ram, to show that she was a virtuous woman still. I know, so for those of you who don't know, sati is almost like a fire process, a baptism of fire to show your integrity, to show your virtue. Where literally the woman would go onto a pyre, like a burning pyre, and if she's burnt, then that means that her word was not true, and if she comes of it unscathed, then that means yes, she kept her promise. Based on what both of you have been saying about Raj Dharma and Grihastha Dharma, and Krishna Dharma, you mentioned as well that they're very similar. So maybe let me ask you, Devaki. You're obviously a woman, empowered woman in Krishna consciousness. When you see this happening and how Sita had to go through what I would imagine is quite a horrendous process, right? at least externally speaking. How do you reconcile that with Lord Ram's leadership? How do you reconcile that with all these amazing qualities that we've been talking about so far?
Well, the first thing that comes to mind is the Bhagavad Gita quote of, I think it's chapter 4, verse 9, where Krishna says, Janma karma jame divyam, which means that my janam, my birth, my activities, and my pastimes are not material, they are transcendental. So if we're going to try and look at this situation with our material eyes, we're going to spend the rest of our lives trying to figure it out. It's almost like trying to measure water with a ruler. We're just unable to do that. And because these are not ordinary personalities, they are pastimes, we can look at the scriptures, for example, say that Sita was a goddess. She's known as Chid Ananda Maya, which is completely transcendental spiritual
Hang
form.
on a minute, Devaki, you're
Yes.
mentioning this, but again, if I play devil's advocate here, what you said there, couldn't people, especially because on one hand we're saying that Lord Ram is here to give us also examples to follow, which is why to
Sure.
this day so relevant. Some people may say that's a cop-out. You're saying, oh, these are inconceivable things. How can we figure them out? How do you respond to that?
Figure them out. Well, see, if you're looking at the sati, like you said, let me explain what that means. So, for example, Sita Mata is this goddess, okay? And she is untouchable, yeah? Because she is exemplary in who she is. So it's said that Ravan had actually taken the Chaya Sita, which is the shadow form of Sita. So it's like me, if a light is shed on me, there's a shadow. You can do anything to that shadow. You can throw things at it, you can hold it at gunpoint, you can stamp on it, but it's part of me, but it's not me, right? So that was the part that Ravan actually took away. And so she went into the fact, she actually took shelter of Agnidev, which is again a wonderful personality, which is the fire god. She took shelter there. And then when she came out, it's unfortunate that she had to prove herself, but again, then the shadow form was released and the real Sita came out. So Sita was actually untouched, and because you cannot see the real Sita with our transcendental eyes, let alone touch her, Ravan was of a demoniac character. So he couldn't even touch her, let alone see her.
Okay, so you mentioned how, that Ravana, in one sense, didn't actually take Sita.
No.
He took this kind of ethereal, kind of inferior, I guess you could call it an expansion of Sita, not actually Sita herself as a personality, which is, this is incredible. And this is like very kind of like we're talking on a very esoteric level here. But it still doesn't seem for me to, and well, I'm not me personally, but at least, for critiques of Lord Ram's leadership, seem to justify him putting Sita through the process of sati. And if I may also add, there's another thing that came with it. Lord Ram put Sita through sati. She came of it unscathed, which I guess in one sense should prove integrity. But the question still arises, Lord Ram being Lord Ram, this divine personality, why would he subject Sita Devi to that? And also secondly, even after that, still banished Sita from the kingdom, right? Because of this whole hoop-ha that went around, regarding the supposed tainting her reputation. So, Devaki, I'll come back to you on that. Maybe Krishna Dhamma, if you want to come in on this, like, how can you reconcile this? You've written about Ramayan. Obviously, I'm sure Lord Ram is very close in your heart. How do you justify this?
Okay, so I need to clarify some details here, because sati actually means after the husband's died, the woman enters the funeral pyre of the husband in order to attain the same destination as him. And that's no longer possible for women in this day and age. It was actually instigated by Sati, the wife of Lord Shiva. Initially, she immolated her own body. That story's in the Bhagavad Purana. But the burning separation from the husband would have been so much unbearable, more unbearable than the fire itself. So they would enter the fire if their husband predeceased them, and they would go with him. And in this particular case now with Lord Ram didn't ask her to enter the fire at all. But he did say to her, I can't take you back, because you have been in the house of another man, as you rightly said. Maybe you can find shelter with Lakshman or, someone else. And she was horrified, utterly devastated by that, And Ram was too. Ram was like experiencing a burning pain. It said his mind was fixed on virtue and his heart was consumed by grief, because it was difficult for him. This was part of his sacrifice, that he had to set the right example. And as you say, at that time, chastity was a very highly revered value. This was a different age. So when he said that to her, Sita herself asked Lakshman, please construct a pyre. And then she said, if I have never thought of another man, even, if I've never looked at another man, even in my thoughts, have I ever thought of another man, then protect me on all sides. She prayed to Agni, protect me on all sides as I enter the fire. So she walked voluntarily into the fire, completely confident that her chastity would protect her. And it did.
Sorry to interject. That's actually a good point. So what you're saying is actually, Lord Ram wasn't the one that told Sita to do the sati, process. Sita herself voluntarily did it to demonstrate her integrity.
Absolutely.
And to make sure that her reputation is cast iron here. Okay, couple of things coming to my mind here on this is, was it necessary, number one, was it necessary for Lord Ram wouldn't Lord Ram have interjected and said, look, Sita, you don't need to do this, I believe you, right? What does it matter what mass public opinion says? That's one thing that's coming to my mind. And the other aspect, which I'm sure people may ask, is if after that she came out unscathed, why would Lord Ram then, condone her banishment from the kingdom or going to get shelter from, Lakshman or Sage, Valmiki or whoever? How does one understand this? I mean, I'd like to get both your opinions on this, but do you want to continue with what you were...
Yeah, sure. She proved her chastity at that particular time. And Lord Ram knew, of course, that she was completely pure. But he wanted that public demonstration, so there could be no question. But as you say, there still was a question. So having done everything, and then, Agni came from the fire, he testified to her purity, and it was plain to everyone that she was pure. But still the question arose. So then he was left with a dilemma, an ethical dilemma. He had his duty as a king against his duty as a husband. So, he wanted to show the highest example always to the people. So one of the things that's very important that he wanted to show was detachment. Detachment from material relationships, detachment from sense enjoyment, from, the things of this world. Because the things of this world and enjoyment and relationships in this world are what bind us to this world. And as long as we're bound to this world, we're going to suffer. We're going to have to come back again, take another birth. And it's miserable. So Lord Ram was showing a very high example of sacrifice and detachment. He didn't banish Sita, as you say. He asked for her to be taken to Valmiki's ashram, which was still within the kingdom. So it's still under his protection in one sense. And that was also extremely difficult for him. It was a very difficult sacrifice for him to make. He didn't want her to go, but she also voluntarily accepted that. She didn't feel like, oh my God, why is he doing this to me now? Of course she was heartbroken and devastated to be separated from Ram, but she accepted it. That was her sacrifice. People who think she's a victim don't do her a justice at all, because she accepted that in a very, virtuous mood of sacrifice, that, okay, this is required to uphold my husband's dharma, to uphold the dharma that everyone can see that he's very much devoted to truth, to dharma, and he's not attached, he's detached. And these are important qualities. Lord Ram...
But then, if I just...
sorry,
something coming here in my mind then, that you mentioned that Raj Dharma and Grihastha Dharma are both, quite similar to each other. But it seems like Raj Dharma takes precedence over Grihastha Dharma. Because Lord Ram was like you mentioned that wonderful quote you mentioned there, that my mind is fixed on virtue, but my heart is in grief, along those lines. So that means he knew the pain that he himself is going through and what Sita Devi is going through, but still for the sake of the kingdom, he did it. So would you say that means he put his governmental responsibilities over his family situation?
Yes, he put his concern for the citizens of all the people over his own. He could have said, what does that washerman know? What do they know? Sita's pure, I'm not going to take any notice of him at all. But then what would that have looked like? That he wants his wife to stay with him and he doesn't care what anyone says. But he's prepared to sacrifice that. And she's prepared to also sacrifice herself, to accept that sacrifice, in order to show the right example to the people. Even though it was unjustified, that makes it even more of a sacrifice. But still, that set the right example for the people as a whole. So it was indeed an ethical dilemma, but he did elect to go for the Raj Dharma side of things, yes.
Sure. I mean, I want to bring in Devak here. Obviously, like we mentioned, Krishna consciousness is, especially in the modern society, it's very much aware about empowering both our men and our women folk in our community. This is something that's very topical right now in the society. It's something that's also very relevant within Krishna consciousness, women's empowerment and things like that. When you see this example of what Lord Ram did, and yes, of course, as Krishna Dharma mentioned, the sacrifice that Sita Devi also made here, actually, big time. How do you view that in context of how women should act in a spiritual lifestyle? Because it looks like Sita Devi, in one sense, took that sacrifice for the sake of her husband's reputation, and I imagine went through a lot of pain. How do you reconcile that?
Well, looking at Sita Mata, looking at the person that she was, looking at how she was so full of strength, courage, bravery, of how she wasn't codependent. She just, as we were just talking, that she was actually under the shelter of Valmiki, within the compound of the kingdom. She had to raise 2 children. She just goes to show that she was still chaste, and she drew on her own attributes with her head held up high. So when you do look at what's happening right now in this world, do women not find themselves without a husband for whatever reason? Are they not single women that are out there that have to raise children on their own, and have to do that with that bravery and courage and that courage? And looking at Sita Mata and what she had to do, and she was from royalty. They were both from royalty, but they had that duty to the citizens, to the people, and then the duty to their family and their children as well. So we can take that to say, how would that inspire us to do that in our lives? Because someone in the Krishna conscious community or congregation will be faced with this. Of being a single parent or being on their own. And it just goes to show as well that we can't be dependent in Grihastha ashram on our partners. We have our own journey in life. We have our own, calamities and challenges that we have to face as individuals because we're different people. So we can have that on the side with our partners to help us through it, but ultimately we are the ones that will have to face those ourselves.
Thank you so much for your amazing responses on what is, I admit, is quite a tough topic to talk about, which is why I'm glad that I'm the questioner and you guys are doing the responses.
We'll get you back, don't worry.
Okay, so there are a few questions coming through here. Okay, this is a question, I'll pose this to Devaki. Why and how, maybe this is, I think this has been mentioned somewhat, but good to ask this anyway. Why and how can sati be relevant to us in today's society? Surely this is for the gods.
How could it be relevant today?
Yeah, how and why is sati relevant to us in today's society? Surely this is for the gods. Question is it relevant?
Is it relevant? Well, again, it's just what it's coming is that's, what's coming up for me is the light and the shadow, right? So there's a part of us that, because look, when you look at the Ramayan, you've got the divine and the demoniac. right? And the shadow is always the dark side. The shadow follows us around as human beings, right? So I'm looking at that kind of relevance, okay? So in the world of Treta Yuga, Dwapar Yuga, all the rest of it, the divine and the demoniac were in different personalities. But the divine and demoniac is now within ourselves. So sometimes we find ourselves in a situation where, you know, we're in this calamity or we're in this challenge or somebody challenges us. And, you know, this part of us comes out of anger and, or, you know, a certain emotion that is not who we are. And then you might say, oh, Prabhu, I'm so sorry, I don't know what came over me. I want to apologize for that. So it's that shadow of who is part of you, but not is part of you, that can take over. So that's how I would like to answer the question of just being aware, just like we had KK and we had Mantra. Mantra was saying things in the ears of KK that made her, you know, make a decision based on, you know, what Mantra was saying. We all have a Mantra within us that is chatting away, and it just makes us feel of maybe ambition or, you know, a doubtful thought that might change something that we were going to go out and do. So that's how I would answer that question. How is that relevant?
Yeah, no, thank you. And also, I guess one of the things that's coming to mind is the actual process of sati, you know, the burning. Like, I think, Krishna Dharma, you also mentioned that, you know, the part of the sati process is where the woman would actually get onto the funeral pyre and allow herself to get burnt so she can go with the husband. You did allude to this. Is it relevant for us right now?
Well, no, of course not. I mean, it's illegal now in India.
Of course, yeah.
I think the British made that illegal, right, when they were there. But
which Prabhupada did actually condone in the Bhagavatam. He said that was actually a good thing.
It was being abused, you know, the women being chucked on the fire, so it's terrible. It's not possible in this, and it's not expected, really. Does it, you know, enshrine a principle that is still relevant to today? I mean, the essential principle was following the husband, which is another whole big subject, which also Sita evinced in her behavior. She showed, you know, and it reaches its culmination in that sort of entering the fire of you know, the fire, the husband's funeral pyre, and there are many examples of it in the Srimad Bhagavatam. So, but yeah, it's for the gods, it's for the great personalities of previous ages, not for us.
I figured this would probably be the case. I mean, it also there is actually another question which I'll give to Krishna Dharma. But before that, one of the things is that you know, we talked a lot about the whole Sita Devi's trials and tribulations with the sati, with leaving Lord Ram's side. And you know, we talked about the modern day situation and how, you know, we're also encouraging, you know, women to be empowered. And you know, when you look at the Vedic system, the Vedic culture, there seems to be a strong degree of subservience maybe on the part of the woman to the husband. Do you think that is applicable today? Like, if you look at the way Sita Devi sacrificed herself for the sake of her husband, her own situation for her husband, is that practical, relevant for today? Devaki, you did mention that obviously even in Grihastha Ashram now, we are in one sense together, but also sailing our own ships. What do you have to say on that, Krishna Dharma?
Is it? I mean, yeah, the Bhagavatam, the Vedic scriptures, they define the roles of men and women, and the woman is the follower in the relationship of husband and wife. The man is the leader. That's a fact. But, you know, I mean, in my life, let's talk about my relationship with my wife. She accepts my lead in terms of, you know, big decisions that have to be made ultimately lie with me. But I'm always consultative with her. And in terms of being a leader, that's explained as, again, in the Bhagavatam, a spiritual leader. So one should be giving spiritual shelter and spiritual guidance to your dependents, which includes your wife. And the way we do that is we do our daily spiritual practices together. I make sure I'm always there to, you know, join my wife for her spiritual practices. And we sit down and we chant and we study Shastra together, we read together, we discuss the Shastras together, pretty much as equals, actually. I don't think I'm more advanced than my wife, but there's always that dynamic where she sees me as like the leader. There has to be a leader in every case, in every situation, and Scripture says that by the natural psychology of a man and a woman, the man has to feel that he's in that leadership position, and that the woman feels more comfortable in the follower. But there has to be good leadership. There has to be shelter. There has to be succor. There can't be exploitation and abuse in the name of protection. It's become a euphemism, protection for so many things which are not very wholesome. So, I mean, David, you can talk about the
I was going to say, I mean,
perspective.
David, you're quite a assertive personality in the manner.
Am I?
What do you have to say on this? I mean, do you feel that, even in this day and age, that that there is still that psychological need for the husband and the man to kind of like have a somewhat leading stance?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to answer the question in a different way as well. The first thing that came into my mind was there was a class that I heard at the Manor many years ago, and this sort of question came up, and one of our leaders, one of our gurus in our movement, he said, everybody is looking for a Sita, but are you a Lord Rama yourself? And the second thing that comes up is our founder Acharya of our movement. Acharya means a teacher who teaches by example. He gave the men and women in our movement equal opportunities, and he said everybody in my movement should be a leader. He wanted all of us to be all-round leaders. So that's a very attractive proposal, really, when you join the Hare Krishna movement, that you can do just as good as the man. Your service is highly appreciated and accepted as just as good as the man's. So that was definitely one of the big attractions for me. And my guru also gave us equal opportunities, that if the boys can play Mridanga, you learn how to play Mridanga. The boys also cook. So the equal opportunity was there. And because I was grown up in Krishna consciousness, I didn't really see much of the difference there. But what I can see is that my husband and myself, we have different skills and attributes, and we are leaders in that way. Even that he does his service to an exemplary level, I will do my service to an exemplary level. But also our contribution is also there, and our service is there to the movement and to the family.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, a lot of commonality there. I detect there's a slight difference there as well, but that's fine. That's fine, actually. I think Krishna conscious, there is room for certain differences as well. Getting back to the battle now. So there's a question that came up here. The question is, I'll put that there.
I thought we were just talking about the battle.
Yeah, no, this is another battle. You're talking about this ongoing big battle. There's also the other battle, on the ground in Lanka. Yeah, that battle there. Okay. So, question is, can you justify? I guess it's kind of coming back to the whole Lord Ram being this very kind of like virtuous, righteous leader. Can you justify the killing of Ravana by Lord Ram by knowing his secret weakness? I think what the question is trying to say is that Lord Ram killed Ravana because he knew his weak spot and exploited it. Can that be justified based on the fact that he's meant to be this paragon of virtue?
Well, yeah, there is a story about that. I'm not sure entirely, but I mean about that story. But in the Valmiki Ramayan, it simply describes that he, fired an arrow and killed him. There was a great battle. He fought with him fairly, and in the end, he slew him. I mean, yes. A deceitful enemy can be killed by deceit. That's there. That's a moral injunction. Sometimes it may be required, and there's no problem with that, especially if we're talking about someone like Ravan. I mean, the very name means one who makes everyone cry. He was like he was just a bad lot entirely. He was just a blight on the face of the earth. His business was killing Brahmins and sages and eating them, and cows and Vedic culture, and just making life misery for everyone. So he had to be slain by any means that was required. So Ram adopted whatever was needed, to do the business.
And also he committed a crime. So Ravan was a criminal. So even if you're looking at today's society, that the police are not going to give a warning to a criminal to say, hey, we're just watching you commit a criminal offence and then we're going to come and get you. They know, hey, you're a criminal. Let's just wait until this criminal, does this offence or whatever he's going to do, and that's it. We catch him because that's it. You're a criminal. You've committed a crime. There's a price you have to pay for it. And Ravan kidnapped Sita. Did Ravan give any warning to Ram that he was going to kidnap Sita? So why should Ram do the same?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. It's a very good point there, actually. That there is actually scriptural injunctions of you can kill the enemy, especially if they've committed a criminal act. I think also even in the Vedic times that when you're in war, war is still war, whatever age you live in. So there is a necessity on the battlefield to be ruthless and obviously, figure out your opponent's soft targets and use it against them. Like, that's just part of the game, so...
Yeah, I mean, that always occurs, like in the Battle of Kurukshetra, same thing, the Kauravas broke the rules, and then so the other side started doing the same thing. War is a very messy and horrible business, inevitably. But this was Dharma Yuddha, this was a war for virtue and upholding virtue. So, Ram did what was required to achieve that outcome. And also the thing is, when he killed Ravan was liberated. It was, if you're killed by the Supreme Lord, by Krishna, by Ram, then it's actually for your benefit. So Ravan wasn't the loser, even by being killed.
And also it's the purpose of Lord Ramachandra when Krishna does come, or Lord Ram does come to the planet to do his pastimes, he comes to kill the demons and save the devotees. So that was the purpose. The ultimate purpose of Ramayan was to come to kill Ravan. So
it's really interesting. The more we look at Lord Ram, it's like there's so many different sides to divinity. Like on one hand, you've got the almighty, all-powerful, God, and also like the supreme warrior that will slay, the evildoers. The very kind of classic kind of like understanding of God. Then you've got his loving, fatherly mood towards his citizens, that kind of paternal spirit. Then, of course, you've got his intimate, obviously, loving side to his partner. And it's almost like God himself, Lord Ram seems to put himself in a position to deliberately make hard choices. I can't help feeling he did it just to kind of show to us that, that you will also go through hard choices. And that means also making difficult decisions for a higher noble principle. Like, he could have not done that. He's God. He could have done anything he wants. Is there anything you'd like to add on to that? Like, for example, the way Lord Ram dealt with difficulties. Like, do you feel that he did it deliberately? Because he could have easily averted it all with a click of his finger.
Yeah. I mean, his pastime, he's the Maryad Purushottam, so he's showing this example of Dharma, strict adherence to Dharma, through any kind of difficulty. Sacrifice, that I think that's the key value, the key quality that comes across when you examine Lord Ram's life. And he wanted to show that. It's said that Lord Ram took everyone back to Godhead, back to the spiritual world. But how did he do that? Was it just with a click of his fingers and they all went back, even though they were still all attached to material life and material enjoyment? It wasn't like that. It was because he was such a expert leader in his example and showing people how to become detached and how to become attached to him, attached to thinking always of the Supreme Lord, that they were liberated like that. If he showed an example of material attachment, of of sacrificing duty for the sake of pleasure or for the sake of one's own happiness, then everyone would have done that. And he wouldn't have taken them all back to the spiritual world. So everything he did was with this in mind, to uplift, to liberate, to free people from suffering. And happiness, as I've mentioned earlier, it comes by sacrifice, it comes by service. And we all know that. You know, when we're being served by others, we're not really enjoying it. You get a little bit of pleasure, but after a while it's like, you know, we're not meant for that. We're not actually designed for that. We're designed to give service. We're actually eternal servants of the Lord. So when we act in that capacity, when we sacrifice and serve, we feel fulfilled. That's what we're meant to do. We feel satisfied like that, you know. And but when we try to enjoy, we can't. I was reading Bob Dylan. I'll bring him up as a person.
Please do. No problem. No problem.
He was, his biography. And some time ago, I kind of skimmed it because I was interested in biographies at the time. And one thing he mentioned was he became so famous. He became so, people were like camped out outside his house and calling to him with megaphones, "Come out and lead the revolution, Bob. We're waiting for you, you know." And he said he hated it. He said he just wanted to get rid of those people. He couldn't take it. It was too much for him. You know, and you'll hear that from celebrities who've had huge amount of
that's actually
adulation.
a bit of a contrast, though.
You know, he didn't want to be served. He didn't want to be adulated by people. He just wanted to be myself, and you know, because that's not what we're meant for. We're not God. That's meant for God. You know, so Ram was showing that this is how we can actually be happy, by this surrender, by this sacrifice, by service.
But it's interesting you mentioned, but I also find a contrast there, like modern day heroes, even if they try to be heroes, it can get too much for them as well. I'm looking at it from another angle, like with Bob Dylan, what you mentioned, like Lord Rama, you know, like Bob Dylan was thinking, leave me alone, let me be by myself and do my own thing. And I was thinking, Lord Rama could have said that with the whole Sita episode. He could have been like, look, whatever public opinion says, leave it. I know my wife. I know that we're good. I'm going to lead my life. But it's almost like he still, even though it was hurting him inside, he still stepped up. I thought it's quite relevant, actually, when you look at, especially with things going on, with the royal family and, the whole, should they, toe the royal party line, or should they do their own thing and go their own way? It's like quite topical, obviously. Kind of contrasting as well, because postmodern age, it's about, no, do what is good for you, not just live for others, live for yourself, whereas Lord Ram did it for others.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, thank you. Thank you very much. Devaki, I have a question for you. Interesting one. Maybe both of you can also share your thoughts on this. And I'm conscious of the time, so this probably maybe a last question or so. Bit of an interesting one here from Trishanku Prabhu. He's saying, what things can we learn from Ravan? What things can we learn from Ravan? So, interesting question.
Yeah, it is an interesting question. And this morning, I've got it here actually, I'd like to share with you. What I did was, I did a really simple thing, which you can all do. Let me just find it. Oh, here we go. So what I did was, I've got it here. I split the page, right? And I wrote Ram on one side, and I wrote Ravan on the other. And I thought, let me see what the differences are between them and what commonalities they also have. So, believe it or not, Ram and Ravan were both powerful human beings. They were both full of strength. They were both determined personalities. They were both leaders of kingdoms. They were both brave. They were both knowledgeable. And they were both exceedingly handsome, even though the films show him with a big mustache and Ravan is,
That's true, yeah. Ravan is actually quite good looking from the scriptures.
Well, that's all in fashion now, these big mustaches, aren't they? I know a fair few people with them. So anyway, so that's the commonalities that they have. But it was actually, again, looking at the personal attributes that they had. So even though they shared those commonalities, we can also be powerful, full of strength, and all the rest of it. But look at how Ravan executed himself. He was full of lust, anger, greed, envy, jealousy, pride. He was, all of these things. Whereas Lord Ram was being courageous, but he was also obedient. He was kind. He was loving, a friend to all. He wasn't in the blame culture or any of those things. So even though Ravan, was of a demoniac quality, he shared some of the nicer things as well of Lord Ram.
Thank you. Yeah, really good. I like the way you kind of gave that comparisons there. Krishna Dharma Prabhu, anything from your side on Ravana?
Yeah, of course. I mean, what not to do, basically. How not to lead your life, because, what was the result of Ravan's policy? Where did it lead him to? Where did it get him? It got him to complete destruction of him, his entire kingdom, all his family, everything. His wife was left lamenting, and he just lost everything. Why? Because, as Devaki was saying, he was lusty, he was greedy, he was angry, he was trying to steal Sita from Ram, and that's symbolic of us trying to enjoy Krishna's energy, trying to enjoy God's property for ourselves over and above what we're allotted. Of course, we can enjoy, but to a certain degree. But he went well over the top and tried to take and steal so many things, and the result was he lost everything. So there's a good lesson to learn from that one.
And his wife actually saw the dead body of Ravan, and she said to him, "Lord Ram didn't kill you. Your own senses killed you."
Yeah. Amazing. And I think that's an amazing quote probably for us to finish on in this amazing, very stimulating discussion. So, in fact, Ravana's wife was also a very good exemplar of womanhood, strong, empowered woman.
Mandodari.
Mandodari, yes. Amazing. So I think let's call it now, because we're going to obviously swiftly go on to the next topic. We've talked about Lord Ram. We've looked at his leadership. We've looked at the difficult areas of his leadership and how he handled it. I'm sure we can all learn some lessons on how we can carry ourselves in life. In fact, we're going to now look at a live dramatization of aspect of Lord Ram's pastimes, which is going to be conducted by the Bhaktivedanta players. But for now, any last thoughts on Lord Ram's leadership? We literally got just over a minute left. Krishna Dharma, Devaki. Let's start with you, Krishna Dharma. Any last words on Lord Ram before we conclude for today?
Lord Ram is the highest example of leadership that, that everyone who is in any position as a father, as a teacher, spiritual master, should study his character very carefully and try to emulate to the best of their ability the qualities that he evinced, because that will make him happy and will make his followers happy. So I can't think of a better example than Ram.
Thank you so much. Devaki.
What comes to mind is unity in diversity, how Lord Ram gave everybody the opportunity to come and do service, and whatever they had to surrender it at his lotus feet. And I think that is such a beautiful, lovely persona of inclusion and also great team spirit.
Brilliant. Unity, diversity, inclusion, and team spirit. Thank you so much. Please, let's give a big round of applause for our two amazing, esteemed speakers today. Big round of applause for His Grace, Krishna Dharma Prabhu. And also a big round of applause for Her Grace, Devaki Prabhu.
We'd just actually like to end on saying that Krishna Dharma's Ramayan is actually available on Amazon, Audible, and Kindle as well. So it's an absolutely fantastic version of the Ramayan. And so if you do want to read it, I've been wandering around here all day and people have been giving a wave to Krishna Dharma Prabhu to say, thank you so much for writing these books, because we've just been reading them all week. So I hope you can enjoy them too.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, thank you very much for tuning in to our School of Bhakti talk show. Please check us out more. We've got so many wonderful activities coming from the Manor, from School of Bhakti, courses, talk shows, seminars, workshops. But for now, I'll just end with saying Hare Krishna. Hope you all go deep today in your meditation on Lord Ram. And I'm your servant, Nishkinchana Chaitanya Das. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
And let us give another big round of applause for the team. And a big round of applause for Nishkinchana. He's welcoming everybody, but he himself did a great job here hosting this show. Why are you running away? You can come in the camera.
He smells a little bit, that's the problem. It's been a long day.
Sorry about that. So Nishkinchana Prabhu, thank you so much. We heard you were churning the milk there. Did you get some butter, some cream, some ghee? What did you get?
I think so. I think so. There was some interesting cream coming out there.
Cream. And what takeaways did people get? Like, what if it was one thing that you found the most interesting, something that you learned, one thing, what would you say?
I think the spirit of sacrifice that Lord Ram did when he could have taken an easier route, and I think that shows amazing leadership there, and actually being there with his people, not just leading from a distance, ordering people about, but actually being there, sharing in whatever the people are going through, and actually taking that journey with them. It reminds me of a famous quote that says, don't lead me, don't follow me, just walk with me through the chaos. And I think Lord Ram really espoused that.
That's very interesting because, Lord Ram was there. It wasn't like he was on top just telling people what to do. He was in the mix. He used to even visit his the citizens, and he used to see what everybody's doing and leading from the ground floor, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So it's amazing. Thank you so much. And thank you, Devaki Mataji, you like the leader here at the Manor, so I'm sure we got some things from you too. And Krishna Dharma Prabhu is like the Valmiki for the modern age. Yes. When we have to quote the Ramayana, we quote, yes, but in Krishna Dharma Prabhu's book it says like that. So thank you very much. Amazing. Thank you all. Another big round of applause for the team. And School of Bhakti?
Yeah, I also want to mention to you all as well that if you liked this and you want to have more content like this, then what you can do is you can log on to the School of Bhakti website, which is www.schoolofbhakti.com, I believe.
That's right.
We're also on Instagram and Facebook as well, and we have many courses, and we have got many different festivals and events and chat rooms and all that stuff. So if you want more of this and all things Bhakti, then please do have a log on and take a look.
And what we have now, starting up in a couple of minutes, is drama. So we all love drama, we all love a great show, and Srila Prabhupada actually said that this is one of the ways in which Krishna consciousness will spread all over the UK, because British people love drama, and I'm sure all of you British people who are there watching with us today, the Ram Navami festival, are all ready to watch a great drama. So we have with us a drama group called the Bhaktivedanta Players, and they've been doing drama at the Manor for so many years, more than a couple of decades actually. So we would like to welcome them on stage. We'll get into the characters a little bit later. We won't break the mystery for you. But with a big round of applause, is the drama team ready? Are they ready to roll? Everybody's ready. Is the camera team ready? Okay, so please put your hands together for the Bhaktivedanta Players.
The Ramayan.
Panau pavana sama kupina han सात्विक सारिक मधुर स्वराली निरंतर समंत सुख कर समंत सुख कर पंजर पालित शुकी कदाचित मुक्ति लाभ वरदान अयाचित पंजर पालित शुकी कदाचित मुक्ति लाभ वरदान अयाचित सुख साधन अति सुलभ बनेह जीवन नहीं बंधन कर अतिशय शुभ कर अतिशय शुभ कर
Look how much honey I collected from the bees.
They must know it's a special day.
Special?
It is exactly 13 years since we were exiled to this forest.
Then we only have 1 year left. Ram, did you hear? Soon we shall return to Ayodhya, and you shall take your rightful place on the throne.
Ram, why don't you put down your bow?
My brother, you have killed so many demons which are stalking this forest. No Rakshasa would dare come within 1,000 yojanas of us.
Lakshman, we should still be cautious. The evil powers which threatened our forest have not yet been eliminated. Wait. Listen.
Someone is coming.
What I am looking for. He moves like a lion, broad chest, perfect limbs. Usually when I see a man, I want to taste his flesh. But this man is worthy to share my bed. I must change my form, so that he will not be able to resist me. There! That's much better. Oh, best of men!
Ram, be careful.
Oh, handsome creature who shines like a jewel in a dark cave. Who is that insipid, skinny wretch who clings to you like a leech?
This is my lovely wife, Sita.
Your wife? I am curious. Who are you? Your settlement betrays the many years you must have spent languishing in this miserable jungle. But to what purpose?
My name is Ram, son of Dasharatha. I am here to uphold my father's honor. He gave a promise to my stepmother, and out of duty I am fulfilling his vow.
Oh, vows, duties, and promises. How quaint, how very quaint. Ram, you're wasting your life here. Come with me, and I'll show you real enjoyment.
As I explained, I'm already married. Rivalry among co-wives is always unbearable. My younger brother, however, is quite good-looking, and he does not yet have a consort. I'm sure he would be more than delighted to share the rest of his life with such a gorgeous temptress as yourself.
Lakshman, could see myself falling deeply for you, holding you, caressing you. We could roam the forests and mountains, enjoying ourselves and each other. Please come with me. My beauty makes me worthy of you.
But why should you, O heavenly damsel, be the wife of a slave such as I, who am but a menial servant of my valiant brother Ram? You know, he told me only yesterday, in confidence of course, that he's grown tired of this pallid and crotchety old woman. And since her looks are incomparable with your ravishing beauty...
How dare you ridicule me, Sorbanak, sister of the mighty Ravana! I shall devour this hideous wretch!
Back, you ogress, or I shall kill you!
I will devour her!
I warn you, Lakshman, you can't kill a woman. Cut off her nose. Mild punishment for her murderous crimes. She won't be alone. We must prepare to fight.
Ram, what have we done?
Lakshman, take Sita to a mountain cave. Don't let her out of your sight.
Rakshasas! Thousands of them, heading straight for us. Ram, I must stay and fight with you.
I will deal with them myself, Lakshman. But Ram, there is no time to argue. Do as I say. Now, you Rakshasas, feel the force of my arrows! Lord Shiva, destroyer of all the worlds, by my austerities, you have been forced to make me immortal. I am the Lord of Time, the consumer of cosmic fire, the death of death itself. Now, the universe must bow to me, Ravana!
Ravana! Look at me! Look what has happened while you wallow in the pleasures of your filthy harem! Look at my face!
Guard, call the royal physician. My sister is wounded.
Let me tell you, Ravana, you are in great danger. You have an enemy by the name of Ramachandra, son of Dasharatha.
Dasharatha? King of Ayodhya?
So masterful in battle, such strength, such valor. He has a brother, Lakshman, who is also very powerful.
Are you saying the son of a human king killed our brother? Kara was invincible in battle. Did this Ramchandra command the celestial armies of the demigods to slay him?
He had no armies. He fought alone.
That's not possible.
So great was his prowess with a bow that arrows flowed from him like deadly waves into the ranks of your soldiers. Kara fought bravely, but he was no match for Ram's might.
Indrajit, have 3 Akshahini divisions prepared and ready to march at dawn. I will kill Ram myself.
Governor! I have a better idea. Something that will hurt him more than any blade or arrow. But you must promise me that when you capture Ram, he will be mine.
I promise you nothing. Nothing! Now you tell me what sick contrivance your twisted mind has conjured, or I shall have no further use for you. Do you understand?
What about Lakshman?
No promises. Now speak!
All right, all right. Ravana, she is more radiant than the sun. Perfect features, skin so pure, so soft. Her charms rival those of the goddess of love, Ramachandra's consort Sita. She would certainly make the perfect queen for you, my brother, and her loss to Ram would be revenge indeed. But you must act quickly!
Prepare my aerial chariot. Summon the sorcerer Maricha to the palace immediately. I have a plan of my own.
What a beautiful deer! How delightful you are! Come here! There! No, wait! Oh, Ram! Lakshman! Come quickly, look!
What is it, Sita?
Look at that beautiful fawn! It's so adorable! Please, catch it for me, Ram! Come here! Come on!
Lakshman, have you ever seen a deer like that before? Look at its horns, inlaid with gems, and its coat, the color of purest gold.
Yes, and the other forest creatures seem disturbed by its presence.
Hurry, Ram, before it goes!
Lakshman, I want you to stay here.
But Ram, this may be the trick of some demon.
Ram, please! It's going to go away!
Lakshman, under no circumstances should you leave Sita alone.
I do hope he catches it.
Lakshman! Sita! Help me!
Lakshman! That was Ram! Go and help him!
Help Ram?
That was your brother calling for help! You must go to his aid! Lakshman, what's wrong? Why don't you go to help your brother?
Don't be frightened. Your husband is quite capable of looking after himself. There's no demon, demigod, or ogre that could possibly threaten Ram.
Now I see. It's unbelievable. All these years you've just been waiting for the right opportunity to enjoy me. Well, it's to no avail, for I shall never love anyone other than Ram.
Sita! Your words are like a serpent's bite! How could you ever say such a thing?
Then prove me wrong, and go and help Ram!
All right, I'll go. But you must stay within the protection of this magic circle.
How still the air has suddenly become. There is not even the slightest breeze. Everything is hushed, motionless, suffocating. The birds, the crickets, even the river Godavari have become silent. Oh, Ram! Lakshman! Hurry back! Please!
Now I have you!
Ram!
See, Lakshman, your suspicions were right.
Well done, Ram.
Your hopes will be short-lived, you fools!
What did he say, Ram?
Lakshman, where is Sita?
You didn't. She heard your cries for help. She forced me to go after you.
That wasn't me! We must get back to her!
Fair lady.
Who are you?
Forgive me. I startled you.
What are you doing here?
Do not be scared. I'm just a tired, poor mendicant who has not eaten for several days. Your husband said you might have some small morsel for me here.
My husband? You saw Ram?
Why, yes. How else could I have found you? Your home is so carefully concealed.
Then Ram is safe?
Oh, yes. He is quite safe.
Then I will give you some food. One moment. Oh, I'm so sorry. I should have warned you not to approach me.
Indeed.
My husband's brother Lakshman cast a magic circle to protect me from demons.
Most effective.
Are you all right?
Yes. Yes, I think so.
Here, I shall pass this through. Some fruit and milk.
Ah. Charming lady of sweet smiles and lovely eyes. You would not expect a humble sage to serve himself. Please, whatever you have, bring it to me here.
I would, but...
I'm sure you would not wish to offend a Brahmin.
No, of course not.
Then bring me the food! Please. I am very hungry.
Yes. All right.
Hungry for you, my princess!
No! Let me go! Ram!
Waste no thought on that, Ram! A king without a kingdom?
You're no mendicant!
How perceptive!
Who are you?
I am Ravana, king of the Rakshasas, lord of all demons, scourge of the demigods, terror of mankind!
Let me go!
You will be the foremost of my queens!
No.
You will share my wealth, my palaces, and my bridal chambers!
Stealing me will be your doom! The serpent of evil, nourished by your folly, shall consume you!
You are beautiful!
I shall never yield to the likes of you! I belong to my Lord Ram!
I said you shall come with me!
Sita! Sita, where are you? She was here. Right here.
Well, now she's gone. You were supposed to protect her, Lakshman.
Ram, I'm sorry. I'll look inside the shelter.
I fear this is revenge for that army of flesh-eaters I destroyed. Was she there?
No!
Then go to the river. Perhaps she's gone to fetch water. Oh, where is that one of graceful form? Where is my Sita, my life's companion, who resembles the daughter of the gods? Where is Sita? Where is Sita? Lakshman, don't say she was not there.
I'm sorry, Ram. Those flowers you gave her this morning.
The Kadamba blossom she wore in her hair?
They lie strewn on the ground.
No, Lakshman, no! How
How can I return to Ayodhya without Sita? What can I tell her father Janak when he inquires? Oh, Sita, whose skin resembles the winter jasmine, I shall yield up my life, for without Sita, I am nothing. Oh, Sita.
Brother, dear brother, this is truly a great misfortune. But to meet this challenge, to engage with vigor in Sita's rescue, you must put aside your grief. Try to be detached. Let us think clearly together what to do.
What can we do? This forest is vast. There are only two of us. We shall never find her, Lakshman.
Ram, men of spirit are not conquered by adversity. I have an idea.
Then say it.
Some distance from here, towards the eastern sea, there is a kingdom of monkeys.
Monkeys? Lakshman, how can monkeys help us?
Listen, I have a plan.
Don't touch me.
Charming Sita, welcome to Lanka. May I just say, you look absolutely delightful.
No, you may not.
Too late, I've said it. I trust you've been made comfortable.
Take me back.
After I've gone to such pains to bring you here?
If you return me now to my husband, he may still spare your life.
My dear Sita, on this island, I have 10 million mighty warriors at my disposal. We are surrounded on all sides by miles of ocean, inside a fortress with walls 30 feet thick. Your poor, pathetic Ram is without any form of military support. He travels on foot, living on berries. His only companion, a foolish brother. In short, he is one enemy I shall not be losing sleep over. Make yourself at home here. Learn to love and satisfy your new master.
Never!
I want you so much, Sita.
You think you control the universe, but you cannot even hold reign on your own lustrous civil wretch!
Sita. Sita, look at you. Even though your dress is torn and stained, you have no ornaments, your hair is all in disarray. Still for me, you are more than any of my other wives. They shall be your slaves and attendants. You will be mine.
You have no hope with me, Ravana. As sunlight cannot be separated from the sun, I shall not be parted from Ram.
Forget that rodent. He is insignificant.
So insignificant you dared not face him.
Quiet.
You had to steal me while his back was turned, didn't you?
Quiet.
For all your posturing and brave speech, you are nothing but a coward.
Enough! Sita, if you do not share my bed, in 1 month's time my cooks will mince your limbs and serve you for my evening meal. Lock her up. Make her want me. Make her love me. Give her garlands, perfumes, jewels, fine clothes, sweet words, pain, fear, whatever it takes. Do it!
Flooding my mind with thoughts of you.
Raghupati Raghava Raja Ram Bhatita Bhavana Sita Ram.
Who is it who glorifies the name of my Lord? Come out from the shadows, whoever you are.
Jai Sri Ram.
What is this hideous-looking monkey? If this is another of your disguises, Ravana, I shall not be fooled this time, you pathetic individual!
My lady, please do not be alarmed. I am wearing no disguise. For better or for worse, this is my real form.
Then what do you want with me?
Your husband, Lord Ramchandra, has sent me here to find you. Look, I have his ring.
Oh, this is indeed his ring! Then I'm not abandoned!
Ram only thinks of you, my lady. His love for you is without limit.
Oh,
Ram. Your situation is perilous. I cannot leave you. Quickly climb on my shoulders. In one bound, you shall be reunited with Ram.
But what if I should fall off?
Hurry, my lady. I hear footsteps.
I'm not sure if it's proper.
How so?
For a princess to climb onto the back of a stranger. It is done.
My lady. But for now, please hold on. We must leave.
Well, but... Oh dear, I'm not sure.
He's setting the city on fire! Stop him!
Jai Ram! My lord, my lord!
Jai, Hanuman! Hanuman, did you find Sita?
Yes, she's alive and missing you deeply. Here is her ring.
Sita is alive. Well done, Hanuman. I am eternally in your debt. Please tell me, what is her situation?
Because Sita has consistently refused Ravana's advances, he has threatened to have her killed and eaten. We have very little time left to save her.
Then we must launch an attack immediately. I trust you were discreet, Hanuman, entering and leaving Lanka in total secrecy.
Oh yes, I was as quiet as I could be.
Lakshman, let us begin our march.
But Ram, what about the sea?
Bring rocks, bring trees. We'll build a bridge across the seas. And today we will attack and vanquish the city of Ravana.
Monkey warriors! Prepare for battle!
In hell's name did they build a bridge so quickly? Why was I not informed sooner? I want the battlements fully manned. All machines of warfare brought into full operation. Along that section mount our most powerful cannons, and there, rows of archers, 20 deep. Jump to it! Look at that army. There must be millions of them swarming the coasts of Lanka. Annihilate them! Ravana! So, you are the great Ramachandra, king of the monkeys. I must say, you have an excellent taste in women.
Ravana, you are no better than a dog who steals food from his master's plate.
Who is the master? I still have Sita.
In my absence, you kidnapped my wife. Therefore, Ravana, as all sinful men are punished by Yamaraj, I, Ramachandra, will also punish you! to the steel weapons!
Here is your wife, Lord Ram. There is no sin in her. She has not shown herself to be unworthy of you. Although she was carried off against her will by the arrogant Ravana, he could not dishonor her. The thought of you has always been in her heart, and your name was always on her lips. She is pure and without fault. Do not reject Sita.
Noble lady, victory is ours. You have been freed, and your captors have been killed. O virtuous lady, you could never belong to any other than myself. For you are to me what the light is to the sun. I could no more renounce you than my honor or my name. I take you back with all my heart to Ayodhya.
Thank you. That was such an amazing play. Please stay on stage. Oh my God, we got a monkey coming over here.
And his monkey army.
Hang on. If everybody can come back just for 1 second. Just for 1 second. I think people want to know who you guys are. I think, please come on stage. Another big round of applause for the Bhaktivedanta players. And maybe we can introduce the team here. So who we got? Let's start with Jai Krishna Prabhu. Maybe do you want to introduce the team? I can't recognize half you guys because you got makeup on.
All right. So the little one here is Giri. We got some promising features in Giri. I probably reckon he's going to be the next director of Bhaktivedanta players. Then we have Madhav. Here he played the golden deer. He's pretty good. He also played a monkey. We have a newcomer here. Prahlad is a bit shy. Come on, make a bit of a noise for Prahlad. We got the lovely Shurpanika, Vrinda Devi, Haribo. Then we have Suchi Rani over here. Not bad looking, I say. And we have Lakshman over there, which is Gopa. Gopa's been with us for many, many years. Then we have Mr. Ravana. No matter what happens, come Diwali, come Ram Navami, this guy thinks he's going to get his way. Do you think he can win, Giri?
No.
There's no chance, mate. Then we have the lovely Sita and Ram. We have Sita Devi, played by, I'm not sure who she is. Some of you might recognize her, Vasha Banavi. And Eka Chakra. It took me 10 years to convince this guy to play Ram. Everyone likes to play the demon, but no one wants to play a goody gumboots. So this guy, finally, he's matured up. He's taken a big role. Eka Chakra as Ram, Haribo. Hopefully I haven't scared him away. Haribol.
I will thank you all one more time for the Bhaktivedanta players. Thank you. Thank you all very much. So, that was an amazing play, wasn't it? I think Kishori was at the back there crying, you know.
No, it was so good. And I love the monkey army. I think they were my favorites as well. Really.
Monkey, I love monkeys.
The monkeys, they were just so cute. And
yeah, it was really, really good, that play.
Really good.
And if we keep doing plays like this, then definitely we can conquer the whole of Britain. Are we on that camera now, are we? Okay, all right. So now we have another amazing thing going on. Now we have the Kaushalya video. We have an amazing Kaushalya here, whether you know it or not. Next time you do come to the manor, please visit our Kaushalya. How many cows and oxen do we have now?
We have a lot. I think we've had a new baby calf that's been born recently.
Yeah.
So a new member of
And he's only like so small.
He's so sweet.
You can come and say hello. I think we have over 65 to 70 cows and oxen. The oxen work in the fields. They plow the fields like the normal way. And then we got the cows, and the cows give milk. The cow is like the mother, bull is like the father. So we have an amazing Kaushalya here. It's like a whole family going on there. And one of my, who's your favorite cow or ox in there? Do you have any favorites?
Yeah, I like Titiksha, and he is a baby oxen. And
he's a guy.
Yeah, he's a guy.
Titiksha is the name of a guy.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
yeah.
Titiksha, yeah, we got a wonderful
I got that right.
person there.
I'm pretty sure.
We got something going on here. What's happening? Okay.
Ah.
We're going to do the dance first. Okay, do we have our dancers ready?
Okay, so we have, okay, we've had a change of plans, so we'll talk more cute cow stuff later.
Okay.
But actually, in a few minutes, we do have a very special dancer coming along. But before that, do you have any more stories that you'd like to tell us about Lord Ram?
Well, I've got lots of stories, but my stories take like 15 minutes. I don't know what you're ready for. But one story I can tell you, which is very much related to what we just saw, the drama we just saw. And it's when, Lord Ram and the monkeys,
yeah,
they're building a bridge to get over to Ravana. So we didn't have time, so that wasn't part of the drama, but this actually happened. So when they're building a bridge, all the monkeys are chipping in. And Hanuman's a big monkey, so he's grabbing big old boulders and rocks and throwing them to build a bridge. And everybody else is throwing smaller rocks. But there is like one spider, okay? In different versions of Ramayan, there's like different sort of characters. Sometimes it's a spider, it's a squirrel. And this little spider's like, picking up like little grains of sand and is going and like rolling over on the...
It's taking him a long time, right? To keep picking up these small little pieces of dirt and small pieces of sand.
Small pieces of sand. And then all the monkeys are having a good laugh, look at what I can throw, a big rock. And then this little spider, when's he going to get the bridge finished, So what's happening is then Lord Ram actually goes and tells them that, you know what, doesn't matter what amount of service you do, that's not important. The main thing is you try your best. So that's what's the most important thing about Ramayan. We don't have to do anything big, we just have to do our best.
Do it from the heart.
From the heart.
Yeah, as much as we can do. And then Lord Ram sees that. So he sees no service too small or too big, and he sees it all as the same, as long as our intention is right and we're doing it for him and to serve his devotees.
And now we're moving on from drama to dance, and we have a very, very special dance for you. It's called Kathak. You do a bit of Kathak, don't you?
No, I don't. I would love to, though.
Kathak is what happens in all of Britain's clubs, okay? That's what, not about, I'm only joking.
Not from what I remember.
So Kathak is
maybe I was in the wrong clubs.
Kathak is a traditional Indian dance, so it's got lots of spins and twirls and stuff, I think. And we have a very special Kathak dancer for you today. Her name is Manorma. So she's going to come and join us today. We're going to make a start, and we'll tell you more about it later. And if everybody's ready, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Manorma Joshi for our Kathak dance. Hare Krishna.
Ayodhya
नहीं
Thank you. Thank you so much, Manorma, for joining us for that. Please stay here. We got to ask you a few questions. My question, first of all, is how do you not get dizzy twirling around so much? So, anyway, you don't have to answer that. That was just a trick question. But Kishori's got a few questions for you.
Yeah, sure. I'll give you the microphone so everyone can hear you. You can take a seat if you want, even. So, I was hearing that yesterday it was your birthday. Is that correct? So happy birthday for yesterday. Can we all just say one Hare Krishna Maha Mantra all together here in the studio and also at home for her birthday? So on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. There you go. You got blessings from like 5,000 people who are watching online. So thank you so much and happy birthday. We hope you had a good birthday and thank you for that dance.
So we were reading some of your bio and we noticed that you also do acting, so you're an actress. One thing that I read that really stood out to me is that not only do you have a passion for, creativity, for dance, for acting, but also to heal the world. So do you want to tell us a little bit about that and what that means to you?
I think for me, being positive is something that's not helped me just in my profession, but me as a person. And more than ever right now, I think we need healing, we need positive vibes, we need spirituality.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. And if someone wants to follow you or understand more about what you're doing, do you have like an Instagram page or a Facebook or anything like that?
Yes, I'm on Instagram, so it's at Manorma J. I'm on YouTube, which is Manorma Joycey, and that's about it. I mean, I'm more active on Instagram.
Okay, perfect. So more active on Instagram, and if you want to find her, then so it's Manorma J. Manorma J on Instagram.
And just so people don't get the spelling correct, because everyone spells it differently, it's Manorma with a J at the end.
Perfect, thank you. I think we do have also a gift from you. So is this from the deities here at the Bhaktivedanta Manor? Yeah, so this is from the deities here. So it's special Maha Prasadam for you. So please keep it and treasure that. Haribo! So thank you so much for coming here today. And again, happy belated birthday. We loved what you did. It was truly beautiful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much. So what do we have now? Do we have the video or do we have the interview?
Keep talking.
Keep talking while you make a decision. Don't tell me that. I'll keep talking for 20 minutes.
No problem.
So we do have an amazing Kaushalya here, and one of my favorite fellow citizens of the Kaushalya, like Prabhupada said, it's not just that the humans are citizens, but even the animals are citizens of the state. So we need to protect even the animals, and especially the cows and the oxen. And one of my favorite ones is called Narsimha.
Can I just say, he was telling me about Nrsimha last night, and I've never seen him so excited talking. I think he loves this bull more than he may love me.
I definitely love the bull more, yeah, for sure.
I just had to accept it, so there we go.
That's life, tough things in life to understand. Yeah. Narsimha is such a sweet bull. He's, I think, about 13 or 14 years old, and he's about that high, and he weighs about 1,500 kilos, and you can cuddle him, and he's just so good. Narsimha Dev. So next time you come to the Kaushalya, come and see him.
But I think he got a bit jealous, didn't he, when you changed ashram?
Well, he didn't recognize me. Before I was wearing orange, so maybe he just
like thought.
Maybe he just thought I was a carrot. That's why I was getting excited.
We're looking at this camera now.
Are we looking at this camera? Okay. There's so many cameras here. I don't know where I'm looking at, but okay, I'm at this camera now. What we're going to do now is I'm going to tell you a little story. Srila Prabhupada once asked a question. He asked all his disciples, he said, what is the most beautiful animal? Okay? In the Hare Krishna movement, especially if you ask all the Hare Krishnas, Vaishnavas, people on the East, Hindus, what is the most beautiful animal? You always get cows.
Cows, yeah.
So everybody said cows. Cow is the most beautiful animal. And Srila Prabhupada said, no. He said, the most beautiful animal is a horse. And then everybody was a little bit shocked. It's like, how is the horse like the most beautiful? And Srila Prabhupada said, because, he said, the cow is not an animal. He said, the cow is a mother, okay? And we treat the cow like a mother. We look after our cows. And just like when your mother's old and you don't put your mother in a sandwich and eat her, we look after our cows because cow is also our mother. So at the manor, all these cows live their entire life. But we're going to come to that video in a minute. But before we go on to that video, we have a little interview. We want to introduce you to the temple president here at Bhaktivedanta Manor. So there's so many amazing things happening at the manor, and there's a whole team, a lot of people behind it. All of you are also behind it. But leading the way is the temple president of Bhaktivedanta Manor on Zoom. So we're going to do an interview with her, and we would like to welcome her to our virtual ashram, virtual lab. Please put your hands together for Her Grace Vishaka. Wow, that was great. It was like an echo. That's amazing. Thank you. So, yes, how are you doing today? Okay. Okay, great. Well, it's good to have you in our studio today. And is there something you can tell us about Bhaktivedanta Manor and like a message you would like to give to our congregation, something exciting that's happening at the manor? Would you like to share that with us today?
Manor, we're very fortunate.
Sorry, there seems to be some sort of a technical glitch. We can't hear what you're saying. But we are working on it. We are working on it. I don't know if people online can hear us, but we definitely can't. So we're just waiting just a couple of seconds till we figure out what's happening.
This is the joys. It's a great thing that, during this pandemic time that we can be together and over Zoom and over online. But at the same time, it does come with these technical difficulties. So we're just working through that now. But Vishaka Prabhu, can you hear us okay?
And can you check if you're muted or if you're on mute? You're not on mute. Okay, so there is some sort of issue somewhere.
So maybe we can run the Kaushalya video.
Should we do the video and come back to this while we figure out the issue? So while the
okay, so how about we talk about more stories of Lord Ram, and then hopefully we'll play the Kaushalya video, and then we can have a nice chat with Her Grace Vishaka Prabhu, because she's been locked away there in the manor and looking after all the residents and running things there. So it would be really nice to have this interview, so we can all get to know her better, and we just can't wait for the day when we can all be together in the temple again. But it would be really nice to have this opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing I wanted to say is, you may or may not know, but this is actually 40 years. It's the 40th anniversary of the installation of the Sita, Ram, Lakshman, Hanuman deities here at Bhaktivedanta Manor. So 40 years ago today, well, not today. Today's not the actual day. The actual Ram Navami festival was on Wednesday. Was it Wednesday?
It was Wednesday,
It was Wednesday. That's when the Ram Navami festival was. So 40 years ago, on that very day, we had the Sita, Ram, Lakshman, Hanuman deities installed here. So it is actually a very big festival. And Lord Ram has been worshipped very diligently by all the devotees here. And like today's day has been a dedication to Lord Ram.
And it's actually very rare, isn't it, as well, to have, I don't see it in the UK so much, to have Sita, Ram, Lakshman, Hanuman deities. I know in India it's quite common, but in the UK we don't see it so much. So it's really, really special that Srila Prabhupada wanted these deities to be installed, and they have been.
Okay. We can keep talking. What do you want us to do? Do you want to show the video? Do you want us to talk? Or are we doing the interview? Do we know yet what's happening? Otherwise, I can keep talking for another 20 minutes if you want me to.
Maybe we can take a seat and just have a chat.
Well, you won't be in the camera, though.
Yeah, the camera can move.
The camera can move. Okay, let's sit down. Can you follow us? I'm going to tell you a little story from the Ramayan, just while we figure out what's going on. Or you don't need a story anymore?
I think, let's carry on until they give us a clear message of what to do.
Are we ready for the video?
No.
No, keep talking.
Yes,
we are ready for the video.
We were just getting into it then. We were just about to have a nice chat, weren't we?
Yeah.
We just got comfortable and sat down and everything, and now they want to run the video. Difficult.
All right. So we do have a video about the Bhaktivedanta Manor Kaushalya. So I don't know if you want to put your hands together for this, but please, the Bhaktivedanta Manor Kaushalya New Gokul video. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, welcome to the New Gokul Farm. Happy Ram Navami, Haribo.
Haribo. Govinda Jaya Jaya. Govinda.
Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya
Hare Krishna, everybody. We hope you really enjoyed watching that video about all the cows. Cows are my favorite. So yes, next time you do come to Bhaktivedanta Manor, please go to the Kaushalya and please see these amazing, amazing cows and bulls that are giving so much for society today. So now we have that interview. We've kind of sort of managed to fix the issue. We've kind of got a workaround. Kishori's got headphones on here. And then seems like we couldn't hear it, but online everything was okay. So we're going to try and listen online. And we're still going to go ahead with the interview, but she's going to do the interview. I'm just going to stand here looking strange.
Looking pretty.
Looking pretty. So yes, Kishori, over to you for the interview.
Yes, Hare Krishna, Vishaka Prabhu. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glory to Srila Prabhupada. So hopefully we fixed the issue now, because we have got some headphones so I can hear you. There's a bit of a lag, so I will work my best with it. But I wanted to, first of all, ask you how you've been and how is everything at the manor? How are the residents doing? How are you doing? So it seems like there's a really deep immersion going on of study of Shastra and people really going deep into their services. Yeah, exactly. Very fortunate. I remember hearing once that, you know, if you live in the quarters of a king, or if you're the servant of a king, then you also get the same treats that he gets. So I wanted to ask, seeing as today is Lord Ram's appearance day, I mean, not technically today, but this is when we are celebrating it. Oh, I'm getting a no. Oh, okay. Okay, I've got to apologise and cut it here. Unfortunately, apparently there is an audio lag or something is going on, so we can't continue. But I hope that we can resume this conversation another time when there isn't any technical issues. But thank you, Vishaka Prabhu, for your time. And I hope we can do this again when the technicalities are sorted.
Please give Vishaka Mataji a big round of applause. She made the effort to come online, but hopefully next time we'll work it out a bit better. So I just wanted to say, first of all, that our crew here has been working really, really hard behind the scenes. We're here in the front, doing a lot of things, but they're the ones who actually make it happen. So we just want to show you the crew. If that is okay, can you move the camera around? Make sure you're in there as well somehow. And they're all socially distanced. They're all working amazingly. They've been working for days trying to set this up. So let's have the crew here. Okay, Ravin's trying to hide. Ravin, you can't hide. I don't know, Ravin, do you want to introduce everybody? Because I know Hitan and I know you, but...
He's got his job back temporarily.
Okay, so Hare Krishna. First of all, I know Vishaka Prabhu is still there. A real apologies on behalf of everyone here. It's unfortunate there are gremlins in the system. We try to make it work, but please forgive us. We will do this better next time. In fact, you'll be here next time. I know you're in a bubble right now, so a big thanks to Vishaka Prabhu. Thank you very much. Big round of applause again one more time. Thank you. So we'll do thank yous to everyone at the end, but for now, let's crack on with the Kirtan, if that's all right, and we'll do a proper thank you at the end. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Ravin. We'll do a big thank you at the end. But right now, we have with us Kirtan London, and they're an amazing group that do Kirtan in London.
And everywhere else around the UK
everywhere
and
else.
the world also probably.
Actually, there's many branches of Kirtan now. So there's Kirtan London, there's Kirtan Brisbane and South Africa and New York and many other places. In fact, everybody's doing Kirtan nowadays. Even Will Smith is doing Kirtan. So you don't want to be left behind because Kirtan's like the new cool thing to do. And we have with us, that's Kavi there. Hello, Kavi. How are you doing? So you're going to lead us today in some Kirtan.
We'll do some Kirtan.
Very good. Thank you. And we have a wonderful team with Kavi as well. We have Radhika Ranjana here. And we have
Ekadashi behind me.
Oh, sorry, what's your name? Ekadashi. Oh, that's a great name. Ekadashi. Well, thank you. And we have Karunamai over there. And we have Kalindi over here. So amazing Kirtan London group. Please put your hands together for Kirtan London. Take it away.
Shri Radha Gokulananda ki
Jai.
Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki Shri Gauranitai ki Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Shri Mate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Pastyacha Desatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Everyone please, everyone. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Everyone together, please. Everybody. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Everyone together, please. Everybody, everyone. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Again, everyone, please. Everybody. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. One more time, one more. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Haribo everyone Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Everyone together last time. Hare Krishna Everyone Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Hari Bol Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Again Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare 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 Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Shri Radhe. Radha Gokulananda, Radhe. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Gauranitai, Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Gaura Haribo. Ram Lakshman Hanuman ki. So Hare Krishna, as we've just celebrated the auspicious day of Ram Navami and we're celebrating again today, I wanted to ask Kalindi to come and lead us in Bhajan for Sri Ram.
Hare Krishna, everyone. Thank you so much for listening and watching, hopefully. I'm just going to sing a short bhajan or song about Ramachandra. I'm sure you've heard the words before, but if you haven't, they're very easy to learn. So if you listen carefully, then you should be able to follow along. Ayodhya Vasi Ram, Ram Ram, Dasharatha Nandana, Ram everyone together. Ayodhya Vasi Ram, Ram Ram, Dasharatha Nandana, Ayodhya Vasi Ram. Dasharatha Nandana Ram 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 Ayodhya Vasi Ram 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 Dasharatha Nandana Ram Ram Ayodhya Vasi Ram 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 Dasharatha Nandana Ram 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 Ayodhya Vasi Ram Ram Dasharatha Nandana Ram Ram Ayodhya Vasi Ram Ram Dasharatha Nandana Ram 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 Dasharatha Nandana Ram Patita Pavana Janaki Jivana Sita Mohana Ram 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 Patita Pavana Janaki Jivana Sita Mohana 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 Ram Patita Pavana Janaki Jivana Sita Mohana Ram Ayodhya Vasi Ram Ram Dasharatha Nandana Ram Ram Ayodhya Vasi Ram Ram Dasharatha Dasharatha Nandana Ram Ram
Ayodhyavasi Ram Ram Dasharatha Nandana Ram Ayodhyavasi Ram 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 Dasharatha Nandana Ram
Everyone. Ayodhyavasi Ram 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 Dasharatha Nandana Ram Patita Pavana Janaki Jivana Sita Mohana Ram
Patita Pavana Janaki Jivana Sita Mohana
Patita Pavana Janaki Jivana Sita Mohana Ram Patita Pavana Janaki Jivana Sita Mohana Ram Patita Pavana Janaki Jivana Sita Mohana Sita Ram
Sitaram. Ram 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 Sitaram. Ram 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 Sitaram. Ram 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 Sitaram. Ram 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 Sitaram. Ram 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 Sitaram. Ram 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 Sitaram. Ram 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 Sitaram. Ram 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 Sitaram. Ram 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 Sitaram.
Oh Ram 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 Sitaram.
Ram 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 Sitaram. Sitaram, 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 Ram Ram Sitaram. Sitaram, 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 Ram Ram Sitaram. Sitaram, Ram Ram Sitaram. Sitaram, 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 Ram Ram Sitaram. Ram, Sitaram, Sitaram, Ram Ram Sitaram. Sitaram, 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 Ram Ram Sitaram. Ram, Sitaram, Sitaram, Ram Ram Sitaram. Ram, Sitaram, Sitaram, Ram Sitaram. Sitaram, Ram Ram Sitaram.
Shri Ram Sitaram. Sitaram Ram Ram Sitaram. Oh Ram Sitaram. Sitaram Ram Ram Sitaram. Oh Ram Sitaram. Sitaram Ram Ram Sitaram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Everyone. Hare Krishna, even the film crew. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So the devotees who are watching online, also the devotees behind the camera, you've had a long day of seva, especially the devotees that are behind the camera. Can you imagine? Which camera am I looking into? This one here. So the devotees that have been serving behind the camera, they've had a long day. Can you imagine streaming for how long? 8 hours? 5 hours? 6 hours, let's say. They've been serving for 6 hours behind the camera for all of you to enjoy, to partake in Krishna conscious activities online. It's quite the seva. So this is their time to let loose a little bit. You have nothing else to worry about right now, camera crew. Don't worry about changing the scenes. Just engage in Krishna Kirtan. Just engage in Krishna Kirtan. That's everyone that's watching, however many are watching online, from whatever channel we're watching from. Let's all please chant together, nice and loudly, for the pleasure of Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda. Ready? Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hari Bol. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. One more time. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Oh. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. everyone, Haribol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone, inside and online. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Everyone together, one last time, everyone. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. One more, everyone. We go. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Shri Radha. Jaya Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Shri Radha. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sri
Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman
Jaya Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman
Jaya Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman
Jaya Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman
Jaya Gauranitai 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 Jai Jai Gauranitai
Jaya Gauranitai Gauranitai Gauranitai
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Srila Prabhupada
Jaya Jaya Prabhupada
Nitai Gaura Haribo 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo
Nitai Gaura Haribo Haribo Nitai Gaura Haribo
Shri Radha Gokulananda ki jai Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki jai Shri Gaur Nitai ki jai Srila Prabhupada ki jai Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol Harir Nam Harir Nam Harir Nam Eva Kevalam Kalor Nasteva 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 Gatiranyata Harir Nam Harir Nam Harir Nam Eva Kevalam
Kalor Nasteva 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 Gatiranyata
Harir Nam Harir Nam
Harir Nam Eva Kevalam Kalor Nasteva 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 Gatiranyata
Hare Krishna, please put your hands together for Radhika Ranjan Prabhu and the Kirtan London team.
Sunday night Kirtan.
Sunday night Kirtan team. Yes, there's so many Kirtan teams here and everybody is a youth, so we don't know who's who, but this is amazing. Can you go over here? Like, what are you doing? Okay. You're too close to me. Okay, so this is Radhika Ranjan Prabhu. We've got another crew joining us. So we have Nimai Prabhu over there. So, and on this side, we have Ujjwal Prabhu on the Mridanga. Give us a beat. That's good. Thank you. That's very good. I can hear it. I can hear it. And there's Bharti over there. And we have Kalindi still here. Thank you. And we have Madhvi. So thank you all very much for joining us. So this is like kind of Kirtan London, Sunday night Kirtan combo group, isn't it?
We just like Kirtan.
We just like, and the different names, different sort of things, we still like Kirtan. So thank you very much. When's your next gig like for Kirtan London?
When the Manor allows us back at the Manor for Sunday night Kirtan, I think we're all ready, we're all raring to go. And for Kirtan London, we've got things happening online all the time. So if you know, Kirtan London is actually aimed for those who are not used to Kirtan. They don't understand what is Kirtan. So if you want to introduce maybe a work colleague or a friend who you feel is new to it, then please feel free to introduce them to kirtanlondon.com. Otherwise, if you're here at the regular at the Manor, please join us for Sunday night Kirtan. We're all looking forward to welcoming you then. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you all very much. Another big round of applause for the Sunday night Kirtan team.
Thank you.
What a day it's been, isn't it, Kishori?
It's been a day. It's been a real day.
It's definitely been a day, but it's been an amazing day. Thank you all very much for sticking it out, staying with us all the way from 2 o'clock all the way till now. And sadly, it's come to an end, but what we want to do before we go, we want to show you the team that was behind all of this. So, Ravin, do you want to come on stage and introduce? Ravin's a real MC. We're just, replacing him while he uses the facilities and stuff. So, Ravin Prabhu, can you please?
Okay, Hare Krishna, which camera? Sham, I'll go on you. My hair's in need of a hairdo. But first of all, Radha Prabhu, could you also introduce your first group of wonderful Kirtanias,
yeah,
please?
sure. So they're still here in the hall. They were enthusiastic to keep chanting. We've got Kavi Chandra who sang first. Kavi Chandra Prabhu. Give him a round of applause. And then we've got Kalindi, which we've also already mentioned. She sang that beautiful bhajan, Ayodhya Vasi Ram. And then we have in the corner, hiding away because they're too humble, is Ekadashi and Kurnamai. Haribol. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So it is the end of Ram Navami 2021, isn't it? 2021, yes, we're in 2021. So a very big thank you to everybody tuning in online. This video will be available for the rest of your lives. You can watch it for as many times as you like. You can, I don't mind if you rip the audio from the Kirtans and listen to it in your car. Do you mind? No, nobody minds. That was, it's very hard for us backstage to really get into the Kirtan, but thank you, Radhika, for allowing us in, to be in that meditative mood with you. You're absolutely right. It has been a long time. My audio's cutting out. Is it? Okay. How about that? I'll use both mics for now. So thank you for allowing us into that Kirtan. It was really important for everybody here to end the day with some chanting because we haven't been doing much chanting today, have we, guys? I do want to say it's a mainly male team, but we have some of the ladies, well, at least one of them. Isha's up there. You won't be able to see her. A big thank you to our one and only female representative of the crew. Give her a round of applause, Isha! And also at the top, we have Sham on the sound desk. We have the wonderful Nityananda on audio, visual, and broadcasting. Who else is up there? Is that Isha? Of course, we have Jiten up there. Big round of applause to Jiten. And down here, we have Bhavish on camera, we have Rahul on camera too, and we have the wonderful young Sham, our hero, at the front here. And then we got Ashish, Shashi, Nainish Bhai, and Alpesh Bhai right at the back helping me run the show. A very big thank you to you all. Thank you for tuning in. We're sorry that one aspect of the program didn't work, which was the Zoom. There was a gremlin in this house, in this wonderful building. I don't know what that gremlin was, but it stopped us, even though we'd rehearsed it at 1 o'clock with Vishaka Mata, Vishaka Prabhu. So big apologies to Vishaka Prabhu there, but I know we'll be back in person for the next festival. And today would not have been complete. I mean, I'm wearing my civvies, and, I was told, you look scruffy. My wife has been texting me, why didn't you wear this? Why didn't you wear, So I was duly let go today, quite rightly, because we had two very wonderfully qualified masters of ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, please give the biggest warm round of applause for today to Radha Govinda Das and Kishori Yogini Devidasi. Which is your mic. There you go. Have you enjoyed today? It's been fun. A new experience, hasn't it?
Yeah, it was amazing, actually. I'm tired, that's why I'm sitting down. I'm getting old now, you see, I've lost all my hair.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Can I just ask, the saffron waistcoat, is that a hint towards something here?
It's the hint from the past. I think this is actually from his wedding.
It's from his wardrobe.
No, it's from his wedding, I think, and he gave it to somebody gave it to me,
Really?
It's ended up with me. So, yeah, I think it's maybe an indication of his future,
He
not
doesn't
mine.
buy his own
Sannyas.
clothes.
Welcome, fantastic.
So, yeah.
And Kishori, have you had a good day?
I've had such a good day. Yeah, thank you for allowing us to be here. And the great thing about being here, we've had like a Brucey bonus that we've been able to see like live in person all of the things that have been going on. And I feel very inspired and grateful to be in the association of such wonderful people, such wonderful devotees, and seeing everything from dancing to kirtan to an amazing drama. And it's been a truly wonderful day. So thank you for allowing this to happen.
Well, once again, a very big thank you to our wonderful masters of ceremonies, Kishori Yogini and Radha Govinda. Take a bow, why don't you? Take a bow. Take a bow. Okay, and that is it. I'll go on camera 3. That is it from us here at Bhaktivedanta Manor. Shri Krishna Haveli. We wish you sending all our love and blessings, and praying that everybody keeps safe. And we're really praying that we'll end up in a perpetual lockdown, going round and round in this wheel of lockdowns. Let's hope that something good comes of the future. I know there's a lot of pain going on right now with some of our friends and relatives. Many of you have friends and relatives in India. So please, please, please keep your prayers and heart open and ask the universe, ask Krishna, ask God, ask Mother Earth to please heal this earth. at a time when we really do need it. So that is the end for now of this live broadcast. Thank you very much for tuning in. You can watch this over and over again on YouTube and Facebook. So that's it from me. A very big Hare Krishna. Thank you very much for the opportunity to serve, and a big round of applause to our crew as well. Here we go.